Good morning everybody and welcome to the first of Thursday's conference sessions. My name is Louise Little and I work in the Health and Wellbeing team at Government People Group, part of Cabinet Office. Our health and wellbeing is paramount to everything we do and something I feel really strongly about. This morning we're addressing a subject that can often be very misunderstood and frightening for people to talk or even think about. Living with dementia can be very difficult and is a huge and growing health crisis. It's also a subject that's very close to my heart, having seen elderly relatives suffer with it and a recent diagnosis for my mother-in-law. We're joined today by Pat Keogh, Lead Admiral Nurse for Dementia at work and the Cross Government Carers Network to talk about living well with dementia and the realities and impacts around the condition. Thank you for making a difference with us.
Hi everybody, so hopefully you can hear me okay. My name's Emma Bold and I'm the chair of the Cabinet Office Carers Network, and today we're going to go through the journey of dementia, so from pre-diagnosis, diagnosis, mid-stages and then more advanced stages. So we're going to have a discussion with a colleague of mine who I'll introduce in a second, and Pam from Dementia UK. So yeah, I'd like to introduce Erica, my lovely colleague, to introduce herself. You're on mute, Erica.
Very good start. Morning, everyone. Great to be here with you today. Delighted to be part of the panel discussion. My name is Erica Reynolds. I am, as Emma said, part of the Carers Network Committee. Great to be here.
Brilliant. And then we'll now introduce Pam. So hopefully Pam will appear on our screens. Lovely.
Morning, everybody. My name's Pam Kehoe, and I've had the privilege of being an abdominal nurse now for around 23 years. For the last 6 years, I've been working with Linda Eads from the Charity for Civil Servants to support all civil servants to have the very best support who may be supporting somebody who's affected by dementia.
Brilliant. So we'll start the session now. So we're going to first talk about pre-diagnosis. So I'd like to hand over to Erica to talk a bit about her personal experience, and then we'll hear from Pam.
Lovely. Thanks, Emma. Yeah, so my mum, very strong, independent lady, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's 9 years ago. It was quite an interesting sort of process around pre-diagnosis in terms of there wasn't a time where I suddenly thought, I think my mum might have dementia, Alzheimer's, etc. There were lots of small things that really sort of started me thinking that there might be something not quite right, not purely just based around memory or memory loss, but lots of things. My mum had lost the sense of smell. She had definitely lost an element of confidence, really struggled to sort of make decisions. So I just sort of noticed over a time that things were getting missed. She was forgetting things. She was losing confidence. And so I felt that there were just sort of signs of something not quite right. And I think, you know, as all I think people can relate to, you have to trust your gut. And in my gut, I knew that there was something that wasn't quite right, and I wanted to look at getting some form of diagnosis. That said, when I talked to my mum about going to the doctor, it was quite tricky because she was in denial. I think even at those stages wasn't sort of seeing that there were issues or concerns the way that I was seeing or my family was seeing. And so that was quite a difficult process to go through. And then just briefly, before I pass to Pam, even going to the doctors was quite challenging because I was having to say things that my mum didn't remember or didn't recall in the same way. Everybody has their own point of view, of course, but I found that quite tricky to talk honestly about a situation that my mum was very much in denial of. This is a really difficult time. And as I say, trusting my gut was the way to do it. But Pam, what's your advice to people who are sort of in that stage of not knowing what's going on and how they can deal with that in a better way?
Yeah, I think you articulated your journey really well there. Everybody's journey is completely unique. In the 23 years that I've been an abdominal nurse and the many years prior to that of working specifically with people affected by dementia, I've never met two people or two families who have actually experienced the same symptoms or journey. So your gut, your expert knowledge of your mum, or legend, as we shall say, because she's your legend, is really, really important. And going with that feeling and knowing those little nuances that is specific to your mum, that is different, is really important to act on them as quickly and as accurately as possible. It may be something as simple as somebody not watching the TV, being able to concentrate for as long watching a TV program that maybe they previously liked and watched avidly. It might be something like somebody starting to accuse you of moving something. Little things like that in isolation, maybe just something that you think, oh, it's just one of those things.
And Pam, is your best advice that people should go to their doctor in the first instance, or is there anywhere else that they should go? Any other signposting that they can do first if they're just not quite sure?
Well, there's several ways. If you have a good relationship with your GP, and the GP will speak to you as a family member. So, for example, if you've already got lasting power of attorney for somebody, then I would suggest you go to the GP. However, as civil servants, you have access, specific access to Admiral nurses, which you can book an appointment, and we will be absolutely delighted to talk you through that journey and that process, and any concerns that you have as well. And obviously we have the Admiral Nurse helpline if it's out of hours, and you just want to speak to somebody on the hop, because we're open 7 days a week as well. But all civil servants have access to a dedicated appointment that they could use to speak to an Admiral Nurse in the first instances.
And is it one appointment that people get?
You can have each appointment is seen individually. If you feel you need to have more appointments, we don't case manage, but you just arrange another appointment straight away.
So it's a sort of one-off advice. The information isn't saved anywhere, and then you'd come back and sort of seek further advice as you need to.
We do keep notes, but they're confidential notes, so that mostly if it's so that if you do come back and you don't speak to the same Admiral Nurse, the information's there, so you don't have to go through the information again, because that can be very stressful in itself. And we want to make the process as streamlined and as beneficial as possible.
Lovely. Somebody's actually just asked a question which has just popped up to say, what is an Admiral Nurse service?
Okay, so Admiral nurses are specialist dementia nurses who work with the whole family. I guess the best way to describe an Admiral nurse, for those who have never heard of Admiral nurses before, are, if you think about Macmillan nurses working with people affected by cancer, Admiral nurses are specialist nurses who work with the whole family, including family carers and important carers to the person affected by dementia. Although there are many people who are diagnosed with dementia, there are unfortunately only 455 Admiral nurses in the country. But as civil servants, you have dedicated access to specialist appointments, which Linda and I have worked quite hard to ensure are free to all civil servants.
I think that's actually quite unique, because when I was in the sort of pre-diagnosis, I didn't have power of attorney for my mum, so I went to the doctor with my mum, did everything with my mum, obviously to kind of try and understand what was going on. And I believe that the doctor, from memory, gave me details of an Admiral nurse, and I had one session with an Admiral nurse. She was phenomenal. The issue is that, as you point out, there are so few of them, that they're so overwhelmed with work, that to have that fantastic resource as a civil servant to be able to access an Admiral nurse via the telephone, and you could do it more than once should you need to, is a fantastic resource. That because, as we know, any type of services are sort of very regionally based, and in some areas there might be slightly more service than in others. So it's really great to take that region out of the equation and have that there.
We can additionally check if there is an Admiral nurse service locally to the person who's making the call as well, and signpost that person as quickly as possible as well.
Fantastic. Thanks, Pam. Back to you, Emma.
Brilliant. I have a final question for Pam, which kind of leads on to the next section. What happens if somebody is in denial, or if they're unaware, or maybe they don't want help? Because I can talk about my story in a second, but that kind of question really kind of rang true with me.
Yeah, it's a very common reason for people contacting the helpline, to be perfectly honest with you, because often people, like Erica mentioned, the the person themselves may either be in denial, or actually they may be trying to hide it from those people that they love and care for. So will hold back from actually trying to access support and a diagnosis and further assessment. Now, it can be very, very tricky. And in the first instance, it's good to try to explain to the person that it might not actually be dementia, because that's a scary prospect. It may be something else that is treatable. So, for example, delirium, which is a resolvable condition, or it may be something other than that that's physical. It might be a B12 deficiency. It could be lots of different things. So trying to rationalise that in the first instance is great. Secondly, if the person's over 70, it might be worth mentioning to the GP that you have concerns about the memory, and ask them to invite them to come in for a general health check, because that general over 70s health check does include a very short cognitive screen, which may be more acceptable to the person with dementia. It's a very challenging and difficult time, because obviously if the person still has capacity to say no, then it's not something that can be forced upon the person.
Brilliant, thank you so much. So I'll now talk a bit about diagnosis, and then we'll quiz Pam some more and get some more insight. So yeah, my kind of story is that I grew up on the same street as my grandparents, and then I moved back into my grandparents' house after university. And my grandma had started displaying sort of signs which we just kind of thought she was tired, she was getting older. Things like getting our names confused, forgetting to pick me up for my part-time job, or putting things in the wrong place, like putting milk in the cupboard. And she would then, it started to get a little bit more noticeable. So she'd think I was my mum or my aunt when they were younger. She wouldn't recognise who my granddad was, and she'd get quite scared that there was a strange man in the house. She would also hallucinate and hear noises like humming or children playing. And she saw things which we couldn't see. And so it was very obvious to me that something was happening. And she would also think that her parents, who had died 30 years before, were alive. So what was really difficult was, by contrast, she wasn't aware of what was happening to her. We tried talking to her, and she was in denial. And I to this day, I don't think that she ever was aware of what was happening. She was often very upset and confused and misunderstood. And it was difficult as well abroad, trying to tell my family, and they didn't listen. They brushed it off, dismissed it as part of getting older, or she was quite busy. It was very difficult to get a diagnosis. She was very suspicious. So she wouldn't leave my granddad and I alone to talk, and she would follow us. So even sort of speaking to him was a nightmare. And because she had no idea what was wrong, or no comprehension that she was losing her memory, the process was quite difficult. So what I found quite useful was the Alzheimer's Society have a checklist which you can use to show the doctor, and I used that to show my granddad that actually she was displaying signs of dementia. This wasn't just being older or having a difficult time. We went with her to the doctors, and they did a memory test, which is kind of part of the memory clinic. It can be done by a doctor or the nurse, and it was kind of a series of just kind of questions around kind of what day of the week is it, who's the Prime Minister. But she was brilliant that she had answers for everything, that I'm retired, I don't need to know the days of the week, or I don't remember the Prime Minister, we have so many at the moment, who does? And sorry, I just saw a colleague. But the doctors and the nurses were brilliant. They're used to this, and they are aware of people who maybe don't realise they have dementia. And we spoke with them privately, and we kind of did some tests, and we actually found out that she was B12 deficient as well, which was making things worse. It took a while, but then after that, we then managed to get a scan, and they gave us a diagnosis of basically a mixed dementia, so Alzheimer's and kind of other dementias. And this diagnosis was a door opener for us. we found that then we knew about local support available. We got her into an amazing respite day centre, which was so sensitive to the fact that she didn't know she had dementia. She thought it was just her club she went to each day with all of her friends. We put things into the house to help her. So we put things that we needed, like tea and stuff, on the counter. We labelled the cupboards. We put up pictures and our numbers by the phone, and we got a phone where you could actually put a picture and just press the person's face and it would ring them. And we were trying to do things with her, not for her. So I'd ask her if I could be her sous chef instead of cooking for her. I'd be kind of helping. But it was kind of, it was a very difficult time, but the diagnosis really did help everybody come to terms with things, but also get the support. So Pam, it would be brilliant to know what immediate support services should be put in place for people after receiving a diagnosis, and how can different professionals help people during this process? I
think you mentioned the word being sensitive, and I think that is one of the key words when somebody is diagnosed with dementia. And it's being sensitive to everybody's needs, including the family carers, because that diagnosis of dementia, it can have a massive effect on everybody, the whole family, and not everybody wants lots of support and information all in one go. So it's about knowing the individuals who you're working alongside and tailoring the information, how you give that information to that person based on what their needs are. Some people want everything straight away. So it may be something for example, arranging for an assessment of needs for the person who's affected by dementia, which can be arranged via adult social care. They'll come in, they will do an assessment of what the immediate needs for that person from a social care perspective are. Maybe introducing, like you said, equipment into the home. It may be arranging for somebody to either have daycare facilities if they are available in that area, or alternatively befriending services. If somebody is further along their journey, arranging for home carers to come in to support with personal care, meal times, etc., maybe arranging respite care for the family carer who may be feeling completely overwhelmed and may need that really critical time for themselves. I think the first point of contact, though, following that diagnosis is getting family and friends on board, telling them, rather than trying to have a big secret and trying to hide the diagnosis away. Dementia is not a mental health condition. It's a physical, pathological condition, which is not a normal consequence of getting older. Just like cancer, you wouldn't hide cancer away, so it's really important not to hide that away. Once the needs assessment is considered, family members who are supporting somebody affected by dementia need a carer's needs assessment to look at what their needs are and what they don't want as well, to enable them to continue caring for that person in the way that they want to continue caring for them, or maybe not care for the person as well. Some people find it too overwhelming, too difficult, and so may need greater amounts of support. Some of the other things that you can think about is arranging for attendance allowance to help with paying for care, because these care support systems that can be put in are not free at point of contact. You will have an assessment, a means tested assessment, but most of the time you do have to contribute towards the care. So getting that attendance allowance at the earliest point is really important, and that is not means tested. Looking at council tax reduction or exemption for the person as well. These are all things that are really important and should be accessed at the earliest point of contact. Other things that you can look at are blue badge schemes as well. People don't automatically think of somebody affected by dementia requiring a blue badge scheme, but you can't just drop somebody off somewhere and ask them to wait if they have a diagnosis of dementia, because they may become very confused, very disorientated, and walk away. So you need that blue badge scheme. Looking at things like if the person is under the age of 65, arranging for a personal independent payment, the PIP, which is again is accessible for the person. There are so many different things that you can look at, but it's about having that person there to help you to navigate through that. So maybe if you do have an Admiral nurse in your area, making sure that you request a referral to the Admiral Nurse Service. If there isn't, the Alzheimer's Society have support workers. They're not clinicians, but they can help you navigate, and likewise Age UK as well. These are all things that you really do need as soon as possible.
Oh, thank you so much, Pam. And yeah, I was going to back up. We were, through getting a diagnosis, we were signposted to the local Alzheimer's Society dementia support worker, and they were the one who advised us around this amazing charity day respite service. And on their website and Age UK, they also have a directory, so you could put in your postcode and you could see all of the kind of different charities and support available. And yeah, I think it's almost, once you get that diagnosis as well, you will then be signposted to information. So we signed up to the Priority Services Register. My granddad got a carer's assessment. I registered as a carer at the GP, which meant that I got flu jabs. And it really was a kind of a door opener to help get support. So we're going to move on now to the next stage, which is kind of the mid stages of dementia. So I'll hand over to Erica to give some of her experiences.
Thanks, Emma. I think, as Pam mentioned at the top of the discussion, every journey is different. With my mum, after the diagnosis, she seemed to reach a very sort of level playing field where she was okay. We put a few things in place, as have already been mentioned, and then life continued, and mum seemed to be okay, forgetting things here and there, but generally was okay. However, it's a turbulent journey. So literally within the last sort of 18 months, there has been quite a significant decline, I think, in her sort of abilities and memory and things like that. And so one of the main things that I've thought about is, and sort of put in place, is adaptability, being very much a change agent from my perspective. Where something didn't work 6 months ago, try it again because it might work now. At first, I sort of took things very personally as the sort of main carer to my mum. My mum has quite a large family, but they were quite distant, not really involved. And then suddenly, seeing mum's decline, they have all now rallied round and want to support, which is fantastic. But what I found really tricky was, I've been here for 9 years, and now it's really difficult that you're suggesting things that I've already done and didn't work, but now are working. So that was quite hard for me. And it's really interesting, I think, to think we're here to talk about our loved ones that have an illness, have a condition that we're trying to support. But actually, as carers and caregivers, we need to think about ourselves as well, you know, making sure that we're in a good spot so that we can then best support those who need us most. So very turbulent, I would say. I very much want to support contacting other organisations. So Admiral Nurse was fantastic. There are lots of different services available, again, regionally based. So it's definitely worth trying to keep in contact with things and look at different organisations that are there. Some of the lifelines for me have been the telephone that Emma mentioned with the faces on, have been really good. My mum doesn't use a mobile phone because that we attempted it, but it just became too complicated. And my mum would just get herself really confused. Even a basic sort of Nokia, not a smartphone, a flip phone, was finding that quite tricky. So I managed to find a sort of GPS tracker that is not phone-based, which was actually really hard. But again, through Alzheimer's Society, I managed to sort of follow links and find an organisation that could help with that. And so quite a lot of the things that I've put in place at the moment, I say that they're preventative, but are they? I don't know, because we're in an ever-changing situation where today it might be preventative, but tomorrow it could actually be an essential element that my mum has. So yeah, so she's got a great support network. My mum is still very much in denial a little bit around she's physically quite able, and because her memory has declined fairly significantly over the last 18 months, she doesn't remember that she doesn't remember. And so you know, she is still very much of the opinion that she's okay. So that again is quite tricky. But yeah, every day is a learning day. We keep on trying new things to make sure that she is supported in the right way. And so for me, think about yourself. We have to be resilient as carers. So it's important to think of your own well-being. For example, when I've spent a morning with my mum, particularly if it's challenging, some days are challenging, some days aren't, I try and make sure that I get a good walk out in the afternoon, you know, rain or shine, so that I can sort of just decompress from the situation, the challenges that we faced in the morning. And so I can then present myself better in the afternoon and how that needs to be. Yeah, look after yourselves, but also I think really look into those services and keep going back to those services, because you never know what might be new. What am I missing, Pam? What else would you suggest?
I always mention to my families about having a toolbox. And it's not a physical toolbox, it's a virtual toolbox of things that you can try. You mentioned really well that on some days something might work really well, and on another day the person might actually get quite annoyed if you try to do something in a certain way. But having that toolbox of different things, you can actually dip into that toolbox and try something else. And the toolbox can keep growing every time you find something that may be a little thing that works on one particular day. Pop it in that toolbox to try again on another day. As you grow, that toolbox will grow with you. And so you have those resources. If you think about building a house, you're not going to use a hammer to build a whole house, are you? You need lots of different things that you can try for different things. And that's exactly the same as working with somebody who's affected by dementia, because you know, we're all unique, and you know, some days we do things differently. And just because somebody has a diagnosis of dementia, that person is still there, and it's about recognizing that for that person as well. But you're absolutely right. It's really important to recognise your needs as a family carer, because if you don't look after yourself, how can you care for somebody who is very vulnerable and needs you to be resilient? So make sure that you take time for yourself and recognise that you have needs as well, because that's so important.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Pam. And with kind of, I think the point which you said earlier, which was, I think, so apt, is it's so different for everybody, how kind of dementia kind of manifests, the kind of the type of dementia, because there's lots of different types. Dementia is the umbrella term. There's Alzheimer's disease, there's vascular dementia. And then also how, and kind of Erica's point around how some things work at some times. It is just such a broad journey that people go through. And it could be, I think personally, I've felt similar to Erica, that I've been maybe quite frustrated that I've tried to do something to help and it hasn't quite worked. But it's almost kind of trying again and trying something different, trying it in a different way. It can really help. I don't know if there's anything you can, like, I think looking after yourself as a carer is really important. But are there any kind of adaptations or things that people can do around the home, or in their kind of daily routine, to kind of help the person with dementia with their condition?
I think it's really important to make sure that the person's environment stays as familiar to that person as possible. Even making minute changes to the home, even if you think that you're being helpful, like, so for example, redecorating for the person, changing the carpet for the person, can actually be catastrophic in that person's ability to orientate themselves. On many occasions, I can think of people who are affected by dementia who have actually become so distressed at those changes that they've actually had to go into 24-hour care earlier than anticipated. I can give you one particular example. I was supporting a gentleman who cared for his mum who had dementia. She was able to live independently, and she was still able to cook for herself. And one day he noticed a knob on the cooker was just broken. He didn't change the cooker. All he did was change the knobs on the cooker. And that small change meant that she could no longer recognise how to use that cooker because the knobs were just changed. And unfortunately, within 3 months, she was in 24-hour care. So it's about making sure that the environments are the same, and that you don't change things, even though you think that you may be helping that person. Keep familiar photographs around the house to just remind people of who people are. You mentioned earlier about using signage just to help people with orientation using the toilet, but also not just the words, use pictures as well if you can, because not everybody who's affected by dementia can continue to read or interpret the words correctly as well. And that can be really helpful as well.
Something to add there, if I'm sorry, Pam.
Carry on, sorry.
I was going to say something to add there around, for me, it's around routine.
Yes.
So trying to keep my mum had a routine where she walks her neighbour's dog twice a day. Yeah. As I mentioned, she's still physically very able.
Yeah.
And removing that, or, you know, being late, that sort of thing, really sort of played on her mind. She found that very difficult. Mm. And then the last thing I think is that our loved ones, they present differently to different people.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, of course, that's because we hope that, you know, they present in a certain way to us because they're most comfortable with us. And then they'll present to somebody else differently because perhaps they're slightly less comfortable. You know, you always treat those closest to you. You're very honest with them. And so that, as well as it didn't work 6 months ago, but it works now, has definitely been prevalent in my experience, because my mum's sisters, you know, one or two of them are particularly strong characters. And so my mum will agree to things like that, yet she wouldn't agree with me to certain things, and vice versa. So not only is it, this didn't work 6 months ago, but it does now, but also it's who's presented that information. So I've started to learn and lean into family to sort of think about the challenge and who is best to present a possible solution or a change or you know, fixing something where it might actually sit or land better for her.
Absolutely. And something else that might be helpful if somebody's living independently at home is making sure that they're signed up to the Herbert protocol with the local police force, because that's something, it's a downloadable information that the police will have access to, so that if the person does leave the home, like you say, walking the dog and going the wrong way and becoming lost, this information can be disseminated to the whole police force within minutes. And we know that the first 4 hours of somebody going missing are the critical times. So the Herbert protocol is absolutely critical if somebody's living independently at home.
I can, so we're going to kind of move on shortly in a second. Thank you so much, Pam and Erica, to the last section. But just on that point, that final point, I've got a kind of a sort of anecdote which, can kind of bring it to life a little bit more. With kind of adaptations to the home, it is kind of almost looking for where the problems are and seeing if you can make an adaptation to make things easier and better. And what we found was my grandma would have something called sundowning. So she'd get particularly confused as the evenings went on, and she'd want to go home to her parents. And she would get quite angry and frustrated, and it was incredibly upsetting. But what we found helped was we put a curtain over the front door, and it was just such a small thing. It didn't change the house in a huge way, but it meant that she wasn't constantly walking and looking and seeing the door, trying to get out. And prior to that, she used to go missing quite a lot, and it was absolutely petrifying because, and especially as a carer, it would be during the night. So we'd hear her get up, and then my granddad, being older, might not have heard her get up. And so then I'd be barely sleeping. I'd be listening out for her. And she did go on, walk off and get lost. We did do the Herbert protocol. We kept a copy at home and the police had a copy. And how it was really useful was it sort of spoke about we had a picture of what she looked like, and a kind of description, and we could provide an updated description. She was wearing a blue coat, she had these red shoes, but it had her pattern. So it had the things that she used to pick myself and my brother up from school. She used to go to this place, and it did help that she used to go to Waitrose a lot, and the police would find her either walking to Waitrose or at Waitrose, and it was incredibly helpful. And I think that having that is definitely something to look at, but also thinking about those small adaptations, because sometimes you do have to change your environment. And we had to move, and what we did to try and make it as easy as possible was we recreated the living room in the new house. And we were so worried, but actually it was okay, because we literally just sort of picked it up and plonked it and put down the same rugs and the same decorations in the same place, and it was absolutely okay. So I really recommend, there are small things. Don't be afraid to change small things if they are an issue or a problem. If somebody is using something in the wrong way or hurting themselves, or maybe it could help them be more independent. So the final section now, we'll talk about the kind of more progressive and advanced stages of dementia. So I'll speak a little bit about our kind of experiences with my grandma, and then we'll ask Pam some questions. So the kind of progressive period I feel like I've kind of the past, I think it's probably 15 years now since I was kind of maybe going towards 20, from when I was a teenager to now. And my grandma is in the advanced stages, and it feels like a completely different world to those earlier stages, where she was more mobile. We had to watch her kind of quite carefully.
Emma, you've covered your mic, I think, a little.
Oh,
that's better.
It's my bloody hair. So yeah, sorry. So as we've gone on to the kind of the more advanced stages, it's a really different world, and things have completely changed, and it feels really, really far away from some of the issues that we were facing earlier on, like her walking away, or her being aggressive, or kind of physically kind of trying to kind of hit or hurt us. She's now a lot less mobile. She's non-communicative, and she is incontinent. And things do change. So she had to stop going to her day service, because the day service couldn't do personal care, and she was more reliant on being hoisted and kind of manual lifting, of which some services can't do. We have to help with toileting, so we had to look into pads and adult products. We had an occupational therapist come round and assess the house, and we've put up kind of grab bars in the toilets so that when we help her go to the toilet, she can hold on to something. And we've kind of rented a hoist and a kind of lift, which is absolutely life-saving in lifting her in and out of bed. And it kind of has kind of changed quite a lot. But the bit which I think is really important is, just because somebody's in the more advanced stages, it doesn't change who they are. And what is really lovely is that she still loves the same things, but she enjoys them in a different way. So she always loved music. So we still go to watch bands in the pub or singers. We find ways to do the things that she used to love in a different way. So we'll put on musicals on the TV. When she had a little bit more hand movement, you can get these books now which you can paint with water. So you don't need paint, you can use water, and they've got these images. I kind of do her hair and makeup, and she used to love doing her makeup and hair. And you can see that these things have an impact. She might not be able to verbally say, but physically, you can see how it impacts her and how she enjoys it. And I think it's really important that as somebody becomes more advanced, they might not be able to verbally communicate in the same way, but they're still the same person. The the dementia is impacting their ability to maybe move or talk or communicate with you, but it's still the grandma I loved. It's still the person who loves getting dressed up, who loves musicals, who likes dancing. And you'll see it in small ways, from tapping her foot kind of very in a gentle way when we're watching kind of a singer in the pub, to kind of smiling. Or you can sometimes see her, if I'm kind of telling off my granddad, she'll be sort of slightly smirking and enjoying it. And it's a very different it's a very different situation to what it is. So for those more advanced stages, Pam, what can kind of people do to kind of provide emotional and kind of psychological support to kind of families as they navigate that really kind of complex emotional journey as the dementia progresses?
I think just going back to what you were saying about your gran still being that person, it's about upholding the person's personhood, and this can be done to actually help the family members as well to feel that they are actually supporting gran in the very best way. Some of the things that I always try to work with my families in the earlier stages is doing something called life story work, because life story work upholds who that person is. It recognises that legend that is that person who just happen to have a diagnosis of dementia. So it might be what's important to them, what's not important to them. And it's not just about how many sugars that person has in the tea. It's about the little things in their lives that are so vitally important, as well as the big things. And including what their wishes are when they can no longer communicate for themselves. So that person can actually direct their care when they are in the later stages of dementia and may not be able to communicate. But it's a failure-free, fun activities that families can do with a person affected by dementia, which can also help the families to feel less distressed when the person can no longer communicate, so that they know that that's what my gran wants me to do. That's how my gran wants to be cared for. So, for example, being taken to the toilet. If somebody doesn't like men taking her to the toilet, include it in your life story work with the person when they want, when they can include that, so that doesn't happen for the person when they can no longer communicate it themselves. So ultimately that enables the family carers to feel that they are upholding what the person wants, and so ensure that the person's well-being is being attended to. Everybody's different. No two people, I can't say this enough, no two people will ever experience the same symptoms or journey. And likewise, how we support somebody must be absolutely unique to that person.
Sorry, Pam. We've got lots of people wanting to ask questions, so I think it's important that we make sure people have time. But I think that your point was so apt, that there's so many innovative ways that families can stay connected to their loved ones as communication becomes more challenging, and represent their needs. And the life story work you're talking about, I know that there's a really useful tool called This Is Me, which is almost a form that you can fill out, and you can send it with the person to hospital, to day services, and it's all about them as a person. So it's their experiences, it's what they like, what they dislike, kind of how to do things. And I think that that's so important. As somebody gets more advanced, you are advocating for them. So thank you so much, everybody. So
we actually have a template on the Dementia UK website, which is downloadable as well.
Amazing. So yeah, please, I would recommend, it's worth doing as well in the kind of earlier stages, because it's something which they can put their views and opinions. So
do it together.
Yeah, it could be I think it's a good activity. So we'll move on now to questions. So thank you, everybody, and we'll go off the screen, and then we'll come back again and we'll answer all of your questions.
Hi everybody. Wow, that was such an incredibly powerful session, quite emotive. So I know lots of you who have been watching this session have already been sharing your own feelings, your own experiences. I think probably Emma and Erica's, their personal experiences have really resonated with lots of us. I know at the charity, they've been resonating with myself and my colleagues. So we're now just going to welcome back Erica, Emma and Pam, because we've had questions flooding in. If you've had an opportunity to ask a question, hopefully we'll be able to have time to get to all of them. But if not, please don't hesitate to keep on sending stuff in, and we'll try and contact you with answers. So first question that has come in, and this could be for any of you, because you've all got, really apt experience in this. First question is, can you tell us a little bit more about the physical signs of dementia, please?
Do you want me to? I can sort of start off, and then I can kind of hand over to Pam.
Please,
yeah. So I think what's really a big misconception is dementia can be more than just memory loss. It can be kind of visual hallucinations. It can see things in different ways. People can have kind of maybe they can't see depth, so kind of changes in floor levels, and it could be. I think that was something which I thought that dementia was just losing your memory, but actually it can be communication difficulties. It can be visual difficulties. But Pam, is there anything kind of physical? What are the physical signs?
I think it's really important to, I've mentioned it a million times now, but everybody's symptoms and journey are completely unique to them. So I often describe the symptoms of dementia as being almost like a melting pot of symptoms, and each person may dip into and dip out of the different symptoms. So some of the symptoms may be a lack of concentration for any length of time. These are the earliest things that you might start to notice. But as the journey progresses, or indeed it's sometimes in the early stages, the person may become incontinent of urine, incontinent of feces. Sometimes in the very early stages, that might be pre-diagnosis, but it might also be moving towards end of life. Disorientation, that's a key symptom. The person may become disorientated to the time, so they may get the time of day mixed up. They may think the middle of the night is the time to get up. They may be disorientated to where they are. They may feel that they're lost even in a very familiar surroundings, and they may be disorientated to a person. So they may not recognise the person in front of them as being their daughter, their son, their husband, because they remember, their longer term memory may be more intact, so they may remember the person as a younger person. Some of the other things that you may notice is we've got over 200 different types of dementia. So in some cases, the person may experience problems with mobility. With one particular type of dementia, Lewy body dementia, or dementia with Lewy bodies, the person may have problems with being able to walk independently, may be more at risk of falls. The person may, as you quite rightly say, experience hallucinations. They may have fixed false beliefs about things. But one of the key things that you may notice, particularly earlier on in the dementia journey, is the person's ability to make decisions or plans. And we always think that giving people too many, lots of choices is going to enhance a person's well-being. Actually, it can make it more difficult. And in fact, the more choices that you give to somebody, the more distressing it can be for the person. So knowing the person, the life story, knowing that person, and giving the person choices, a few choices based on what you know about that person, is far more important. I can talk about symptoms all day long, but I'm not going to. I can direct you to the many leaflets that we have on our website, www.dementiauk.org.
Well, thanks so much, Pam. And I think for me, certainly what has come through loud and clear with all of your comments and from the experiences is it's got to be, what does this individual need? What is it about this person? How well do you know this person? Because we can't base it on other people's experiences. It's got to be the person that you're dealing with. focus on them.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A second question that's come in. This is a really interesting one. How can we deal with the guilt around maybe having to do things behind the person's back to keep them safe and happy, but feeling maybe guilty that we're doing things without their knowledge? Erica, maybe you have a comment or two on that?
Sure, Lisa, thank you. It's a tricky one. It's never easy, never straightforward. For me, as I mentioned before, in terms of my mum's journey, it's sort of progressive. So initially, I always felt comfortable that I'd spoken to her about something at least once. Whether she remembered it or not, at least I felt comfortable ethically that I had discussed that with her. So that was how things started. As time goes on, though, that does become more difficult because my mum became more challenging and would say no. And then how do I deal with that? Because she's now said no. So again, that sort of becomes very tricky to deal with. So my best advice is find your people. Find somebody that you can talk to about it, or people that you can talk to about it. As I mentioned, I've got a good support network, or my mum has a really good support network with her sisters. So I speak to my aunts. We get together sort of like once a quarter and we have a chat and we sort of download what's been happening. We also have a WhatsApp group where we keep each other updated about what's going on. But any big changes that I want to make or I think are necessary, I gain thoughts and opinions from them, and then we sort of agree together what we think might be right, which is actually really refreshing because I haven't had that for 8 of these 9 years. The other thing I think is if you don't have sort of find your people in terms of family or friends, that's absolutely fine. There are so many services that are available that you can talk to as a carer to give you that reassurance that you're making the right decisions. And then lastly, my advice is follow your gut. I know it feels peculiar at the time to not talk to that loved one about something that you might be doing, i.e., I don't know, doing a power of attorney. They might not understand what that means. And therefore, it might be more straightforward to try and do the paperwork and then present it to them at the end and say, and these are the reasons why. So try and engage them as much as you can. But if that time has passed, then find your people, find your network to help provide you and give you that support that you're making the right choices.
Oh, thank you so much, Erica. Again, that comes back to just those comments that you all made towards the end of your session. You've got to look after yourself. So you've got to reach out to get those connections for the people who can support you through it.
I think additionally, it's about having those conversations as early on in the journey as possible, so that family members understand what the person's wishes are when the person can no longer communicate them as well. So that from my experience is that it enables the family members to feel less guilt because they know that they've had that conversation with the person and you are undertaking the wishes of the person.
I think that's the ideal.
Yeah,
that's the ideal. Sorry to talk over you there, Lisa. That's the ideal. But in my particular situation, I didn't know to do that. You only know what you know. So actually, I didn't know to do that. I didn't think to do that. So very much I'm sort of feeling my way in some of these things, which is why for me it's been fantastic to lean into, the Cabinet Office Carers Network, to meet and dialogue with Emma as much as possible and others. So find your community of people that can help you through that, I think is really important.
I hope also that's why maybe this session is going to be so valuable. Actually, really, not just in helping people to say, oh, I'm not alone in this, but actually there's been some phenomenal practical advice and guidance and support. And so other people now, maybe in the early stages of that journey, learning from the experiences that you guys have had. So I think that's going to be really powerful. We've got a really good question here, and I think a lot of people will probably relate to this one. Mum and dad being resistant to carers or help, maybe external support services coming in. Is there any tips to try and make that process easier if you do need to engage outside resources?
I can kind of take that one if that's kind of, and then start and move on. I think what helped us is explain to your family and kind of their partner why you need and why you also would like them to get the professional support. And I think especially kind of potentially some older generations don't want to feel like a burden. They don't want, they kind of want to be independent. And so it's almost explaining to them the stress and the impact to your life and how this would support them, but also you. And I think that helped quite a bit with my kind of grandparents, that I was explaining to them that I can't do this. It's impacting my health so much, and it's impacting my work. We need to get other people to come in, and working with them to almost kind of set up the carers and kind of get people and find a service which works for you. And I appreciate it's incredibly difficult at the moment to find stuff and also find the right people. But yeah, trying to explain to them, and also kind of, if it's sort of sometimes recommended by a professional, sometimes that can help people come to terms with it. So if it's that somebody else has suggested, or another person who's influential in their life says that would be really helpful, that would really help you, sometimes that can kind of be an easy way to kind of get round that. I don't know if briefly anybody has anything else on kind of resistance to help they'd like to talk about.
Yeah, my mum is very resistant to any form of help, even now. And as I mentioned, we've got a great family support network who are fantastic at taking mum out for a cup of tea and some lunch. You know, they do the really lovely social elements, which is fantastic. They're starting to get a bit more involved in some other things, but they do those things, which is fantastic. And, you know, I can't thank them enough for that. The bits that they don't do that I think is sort of missing is we're starting to see some issues around nutrition and around you know, bathing and just, you know, keeping yourself well. So those sorts of things for me, I think really resonates and makes me think a carer is the right way to go. But because my mum is physically able and doesn't actually, perhaps is very much still in denial because she doesn't remember what she doesn't remember, she says that she's fine. And, you know, one of her sisters will come in and help, not appreciating that actually that they won't do that, or we can't guarantee that they will be around to do that all the time. They've got holidays and families and things that they do. So that sort of evening support is quite tricky. And I was really welcoming this question because I was hoping that somebody would answer it for me.
Pam, maybe you've got some thoughts on it?
I think introducing care support insidiously for people who are more resistant can be the kindest way. And one way that I found quite successful is introducing befrienders in the first instance, rather than going straight for personal care support, because that enables both the person with dementia and the family carer. Can you imagine, you know, if you're a couple who've had your little private home for forever, suddenly people just walking into your home uninvited almost and starting to go into your cupboards, whereas a befriender can come as a friend who may just go take the person for a cup of coffee, to the hairdressers, or just sit and watch TV with the person. And as the dementia progresses, then slowly bring into, oh, shall we have some lunch together? So start to introducing making lunch for the person. Oh, you need to go to, shall I come with you to the toilet, just in case you have a fall? It's that slow, insidious way of introducing the support. But most importantly, for family carers, and you hit the nail on the head about families doing the nice things. It's important that you do the nice things. You're still, you know, your mum's daughter, and it's really important to do the quality interventions with your mum. And so the personal care, those doing at the person, if you can introduce somebody else to do that, then that enables your quality relationship to maintain.
Oh wow, we have so many questions coming in, but there's goodness, we could have extended this by another hour, this conversation. A lot of things coming in now. One, I would just love to hear your very quick thoughts on this, and this because we haven't really spoken about the little children in families who may be seeing maybe a grandparent or even a parent maybe going through something like this. Any tips for helping little children not to be scared?
I can talk a little bit about this. So I actually got a job at the Alzheimer's Society after having kind of my experience, and there's lots of resources available on the internet. So kind of what we kind of did was, it's firstly reassuring them that letting the child know their feelings are normal, that they can speak to you about them. it's learning together about dementia and kind of equipping the child with understanding what the condition is, how it impacts people. And that can help them kind of come to terms with some of the behaviours. There's some great websites out there aimed at children, such as Dementia in My Family. And there's also Dementia Friends, which can do sessions in schools, scouts, youth groups, and help the child express themselves, which kind of works in the way for them through art or however. And try and involve them in the person's care, so you can still have fun together and do things in a different way. And there's lots of kind of resources available which can kind of help child-friendly resources. And the work we did, we had resources available from kind of under 5 to kind of 18, kind of curriculum resources, but also things that families can do together. So there's lots of sort of things to do, and I think sometimes it's the only time I think it would be worth being cognizant is maybe not involving them if the person is maybe displaying behaviours which aren't appropriate. That was the only time of which we would kind of advise not to get them involved. But otherwise, children are incredibly understanding, and they have so much less kind of misconceptions and perceptions than we do. So speak to them and be honest and help them learn about it.
I think we're really fortunate at Dementia UK that we have a consultant admiral nurse who works specifically with young children and young adults as well. And anybody who may feel that their children in their family may benefit from the support of our consultant admiral nurse, we'd be delighted to support them. Admiral nurses as well work with young children. I myself work with a young boy who I met in a safe place in his school. He was referred to me because he was waking up in the night to go down to be with his grandma because he was terrified that she was going to die alone. And so he wasn't sleeping, so it was impacting on his ability to work at school. But I used to meet him at school, and on a couple of occasions he wanted me to meet his grandma, so I had the privilege of meeting her.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. And thanks for sharing those resources. I think that really is important where you've got families. Little children are going to perhaps be involved in this. So really good. And thanks so much, Emma, for highlighting all those resources that you mentioned, and to you also, Pam. Everybody who's watching, you probably are already aware that we are all going a little bit over time on this, but because we have such a phenomenal response, we've still got so many people engaged in this live Q&A. We're going to keep going for a little bit longer, just maybe another couple of minutes. So I hope Pam, Erica, Emma, you can hang on with us for another couple of minutes because we've got such a phenomenal amount of stuff coming through. One question that I think we really do want to check in with, because we're talking to an audience perhaps of civil servants, how can we juggle being a carer and working, looking after the kids? How do we get enough time to do that? So that's open to any of you, please.
I think this is a great opportunity to promote the work of the network, Emma.
I didn't want to be too chatty and speak too much, but yes. So for civil servants, there's a couple of different things that you can have. So carer's passport is across the civil service, so all the departments and arm's length bodies, and that could be a really useful tool to describe what your caring responsibility is, how you can balance that with work. And everything can be balanced with work, and a tool you can use to help have that conversation. Across the government, we have the carers conversation map. So that's something which can give you questions which you can discuss with your manager, and speak to your localized network. So speak to your department or body's network to get advice, because there's so many ways that you can adapt or manage your job alongside caring, whether it's kind of flexible working patterns, kind of changing sort of start times, sort of finish times, using the host of policies, which are usually special leave or emergency or dependence leave, to take time to go to hospital appointments. And there's always a way. There's informal ways which a manager can support somebody, and there's formal ways. So exploring all of those, and using also the services that the civil service has. So the Charity for Civil Servants has access to Dementia UK and Admiral nurses. There's also the Law app available on there, so you can get kind of legal information. So just maximising all of the support there which is available.
Additionally, I believe they have lots of really good wellbeing resources as well. The Charity for Civil Servants, which I think are incredibly useful. Anxiety relaxation apps, things like that, sleep hygiene apps as well.
Yeah. I think, Emma, you mentioned most importantly that everything is possible with a bit of flexibility. And I think that going back to my point around being a change agent, don't just be a change agent for the person, the loved one that you're supporting, be that for you. So try not to try not to do everything the way that you've always done everything. Try and think about flexibilities that you could bring in. For me, I was very fortunate to be able to negotiate a 9-day fortnight, which means that instead of just spending, like a lot of time with my mum at the weekend when my son might be around, etc., I was then able to take a day once a fortnight where it's just me and mum. So we can do those appointments, we can go out for lunch, we can spend a bit of quality time together and sort of flex the way that I work to enable me to do that. So think about how you can flex things to make things easier for you, so you're not trying to do things, in the puzzle that you already have set up.
Wonderful, wonderful. And so if I can just reiterate as well, because you've mentioned a little bit of the support there that's available through the Charity for Civil Servants. Of course, one really key thing to say is this session is going to be available on demand. So there's been a phenomenal amount of information that's come through here. And if you do think, oh goodness, I can't keep track of everything, I couldn't take notes on it all, you can come back and watch this on demand later. Pam and the team at Dementia UK have done some phenomenal webinars for us. So those are available to watch again on demand, or for upcoming sessions, you can join those live. And of course, as Pam said, the Admiral Nurse one-to-one consultations and all the wellbeing tools available from the charity. And we're also just happy to have a supportive conversation, because I think, Erica, you highlighted a couple of times that in those early days for you, it was just almost, who should I talk to about this? Who really can I lean into? So at the charity, we're very comfortable also, if you just want to have a conversation with somebody, and somebody who's not connected to the situation, can sometimes be a little bit easier to offload about the things that are frustrating you. I think somebody in one of their questions mentioned those feelings of guilt, and carers can often have very complex emotions and feel anxious maybe about expressing those to the people who are closest to them. So we're happy to be that sounding board for you as well. I think we've got time for maybe one more question. So let's see. This is a really, really important one. Again, feeds back, I think, into some comments that were made earlier about having carers assessments. How can you tell if it's time for someone needing full-time care? Is there something we should be looking for and saying, this is the point? Maybe we could direct that to you.
I'm so sorry, I didn't quite hear that. I think.
So the question was, how can we tell if it's time for someone needing full-time care?
Okay, that is completely unique to the person's situation. It may be something as simple as, I remember one gentleman, he was able to cope with the person being extremely aggressive with him, that she was leaving the house constantly and he was having to go after her, that she was taking all things out of drawers. But the thing, his brick wall, which is how I describe it, his brick wall was that she could no longer put her tights on herself, and that was his brick wall. And so it's very unique and individual to the person. No, it isn't an answer that we can give, because everybody's answer is completely different. It may be something simple like, the person no longer being able to put their own tights on. It may be that the person, their health needs are such that the family carers can no longer care for the person. It may be that the family carer's mental health has been affected so significantly that it's no longer safe for the person to be living at home. There's a whole minefield of answers. I don't know whether, Emma, Erica, whether from your perspective as family carers, what your thoughts are on this.
Personally, to jump in, trust your gut. If you genuinely think there's something, or if you're starting to think about it, trust your gut. It must be time to do something.
I think the only thing I'd sort of say is safety. Like if you feel that somebody isn't safe and you feel there's a safeguarding risk, you feel that they're not looking after themselves, they're not feeding, they're putting themselves at risk, then potentially that's sort of worth seeing what further support's available. And just quickly, before it finishes, I know there's a question which was about kind of, is it best to go along with the person and their kind of thoughts and feelings rather than correcting them? I think it's very important to understand that they're living their reality. You can't see what they see. You don't feel what they feel. Their dementia is causing confusion. It's causing them to maybe think of things in a different way. I always went along with what was happening to my grandmama. I wouldn't mislead her, but I would try and just move her on and distract her. So if, say, she was worried about something, or I've got to pick the kids up from school, or my parents are asking about me, I wouldn't say to her, your parents are dead. I'd say, oh, okay, well, we're going to see them in a bit. Should we go and could you help me just quickly put the stuff away? Or could you, and try and move her on? Because sometimes if you think about how you feel when somebody corrects you, you feel like you've made a mistake, you feel like you've done wrong. And actually it can make you feel, it's not a nice feeling. So I think the thing I'd suggest is just moving them on, and it is their reality.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's about offering reassurance and distraction. It's critical not to try to reason with the person or even argue with the person. No, mum, your mum died 25 years ago, because as Emma quite rightly said, that's that person's reality in that moment. And in that moment, the person's looking for the mum. What I would say is validation is really useful as well. So you're not actually going along with the person, you're actually recognising the person's need to think about and talk about their mum. They're missing their mum. There's an unmet need there. So tell me about your mum. If you don't know, tell me about mum. What was she like? What colour hair did she have? Do you remember mum's next door neighbour? Oh, she was a right character, wasn't she? So you're actually engaging with mum, with the person about the person that they're looking for as well. And quite often that satisfies that person's need to be able to think about the person, talk about the person, and feel safe, because you can use reassuring words. You must miss your mum a lot. So it can be really, really reassuring as well.
Well, I think at that point, we just have to acknowledge we could talk all day, but we just have to finish up here. We've already gone nearly 15 minutes beyond our allotted time, and our audience have places they need to be, and our presenters have places they need to be. So I just want to say a massive thank you, Erica, Emma, Pam. Thank you so much for the time you've given us today, for your personal experience, your expertise, your guidance, and your compassion. I thank the audience so much for all of your engagement, for what you've sent in, for just being with us today, for engaging with this session. Please don't forget, we're here with you for the rest of this week for the conference, and all of our carer support tools you'll find in the virtual goodie bag when you go into that section as well. And there's some links there also to the Dementia UK services. So once again, a huge thanks to everybody, and take care of yourselves, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Life, eh? Who can plan it? Along the way, stuff happens. Small stuff, big stuff, tricky stuff. And when life throws a curveball, bad things become worse things. Relationships crumbling, bills building, anxiety swirling, overwhelming. But when it happens, just like a good friend, we're always there. Like an open umbrella, we're there for each other. We might not always have the answers, but we can point you in the right direction of those who do. We offer guidance, words of wisdom, peace of mind, anytime. Space to breathe. So don't sit and suffer alone. Let's have a chat. We can help when budgeting leaves your brain in a tangle. When depression or grief feel heavy. Or when you're a carer and need care too. For whatever is needed, we're here. Together, we are the charity for civil servants. For whatever happens.
When times are tough, it's important that we look out for each other, and that's why the Charity for Civil Servants exists. So this Christmas, we'd like you to rock your most dazzling, wacky and downright tacky Christmas jumper to help raise much needed funds for colleagues who might need it right now. Taking part is easy. Just follow these 3 simple steps. Sign up to create your festive fundraising page. Wear your festive jumpers. Donate to your page and have fun. We're better together. Pass it on.
Life, eh? Who can plan it? Along the way, stuff happens. Small stuff, big stuff, tricky stuff. And when life throws a curveball, bad things become worse things. Relationships crumbling, bills building, anxiety swirling, overwhelming. But when it happens, just like a good friend, we're always there. Like an open umbrella, we're there for each other. We might not always have the answers, but we can point you in the right direction of those who do. We offer guidance, words of wisdom, peace of mind, anytime. Space to breathe. So don't sit and suffer alone. Let's have a chat. We can help when budgeting leaves your brain entangled. When depression or grief feel heavy. Or when you're a carer and need care too. For whatever is needed, we're here. Together, we are the charity for civil servants. For whatever happens.
When times are tough, it's important that we look out for each other, and that's why the charity for civil servants exists. So this Christmas, we'd like you to rock your most dazzling, wacky and downright tacky Christmas jumper to help raise much needed funds for colleagues who might need it right now.
Taking part is easy. Just follow these 3 simple steps. Sign up to create your festive fundraising page. Wear your festive jumpers. Donate to your page and have fun. We're better together. Pass it on.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a good morning and welcome to this session. My name's Elaine Jeffries and I'm the Head of Money Advice Services here at the charity. Our team work with people who are struggling with debt and managing their money in often very difficult circumstances. Today it's my pleasure to introduce our session on powers of attorney. We'll be hearing from Amir Mohammed from Law Express, and Amir will be talking to us about why it's so important to consider obtaining a power of attorney so that our wishes can be carried out in the event that we're unable to make those decisions for ourselves. Thank you all for being a part of this with us, and I really hope you enjoy the session. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you, Elaine. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm really looking forward to talking to you about powers of attorney, the process, what is involved, and also giving you a little bit of information about ourselves at Law Express as well. So before I begin the presentation, there's just a really quick short video that I wish for you to see about what we do at Law Express. At Law Express, we understand how overwhelming family legal disputes can be, whether it's a divorce, child arrangements, or any other family-related legal issue. Our experienced legal advisors can talk through the legal challenges and guide members through the options available to them, enabling members to put the stress behind them and enjoy making fond family memories. Law Express, providing greater legal clarity. Thank you. So at Law Express, what we do is we provide legal advice to members. We've been working with the Charity for Civil Servants for some time now, for many years. And what I'm hoping to do today is to explore powers of attorney with you, to give you some advice and information on all that is involved, and also to talk you through what we do at Law Express. So this is an overview of what I'm hoping to cover with you today. So to introduce you to ourselves at Law Express and let you know as a member what you can do in order to access our service and our legal helpline. And then I will hopefully go in to talking about powers of attorney, what powers of attorney are. So just going through the very basics with you, and the different types of powers of attorney. And we'll also talk about the functions of the Office of Public Guardian and explore costs as well, what is involved, how much they're likely to cost you, and what you need to consider when you're planning for a power of attorney. So at Law Express, we were founded in 1996 to provide high quality legal advice to members, and we've been running ever since then. We have a very diverse client base. We have a team of specialist in-house legal advisors that can provide members with legal advice on any area of law. All our legal advisors and call handlers are based in the UK. We cover all of the UK, so we have advisors that can also advise you on Scottish law and Northern Ireland as well. And the practical advice that we give can be personal as well as commercial. And the only areas we do not cover are immigration law and civil service employment, but any other private employment, we can give you legal advice on that as well. And we've worked for many years very closely with the Charity for Civil Servants. And in that video, I talked about how we at Law Express are aware of the stresses and the challenges that members can often face, because very often a lot of legal problems and legal issues can also be the root cause of people's stress and anxieties and concerns, whether it be, for example, money issues and debt issues, and people sometimes wanting to know where they stand legally in terms of how they manage a situation, for example. Well, you can access our, the fortunate thing for you is, as a member, you can access our service where our experienced legal advisors can talk you through what options are available to you legally, and also things like areas of family law, because we understand that sometimes people could be going through a divorce or a family issue, like child arrangements, which can be really, really stressful and very difficult for people. And we have a lot of experience on our helpline where we can talk through those concerns with members and really give members the peace of mind knowing where they stand legally. And that can give people a focus, and it can also give people that confidence. The amount of times that I've sometimes spoken to members on the helpline where they, towards the end of the call, once we've completed the call and I've given them legal advice, and they're like, it just feels like that dark cloud and that stress has just been lifted because I know where I stand legally. So it's sometimes good to also access this service where you might have worries and concerns, but sometimes we can also help those in terms of talking through any legal issues you might have and give you some help and guidance around that as well. You can access our legal advice helpline as a member of the Charity for Civil Servants by registering on the online portal. This portal will then give you access to book your call with our legal advisors. And usually what happens is that you'll make contact with one of our call handlers. They will then manage your call and make arrangements for a legal advisor to then call you back. And the legal advisors will then call you back at a time that suits you, and we can give you the legal advice on the issue that you may have and give you some guidance and support. Sometimes members will access our service on a one-off basis. We get some members that sometimes will regularly come back to us just for step-by-step guidance on how they approach their legal problem. And that's fine, because we get to really know our members, and it feels like a very tailored and personal service. And I really do take a lot of, I really enjoy that side of my job, really, is making a difference in people's lives and really also having the ability to explain legal problems in a really jargon-free and easy to understand way. And that's another thing which we do pride ourselves on at Law Express, is that we give members the information and the legal clarity, really, so they know exactly where they stand, because sometimes all these legal phrases and legal jargon can be really overwhelming. So it's nice to sometimes know where you stand. And hopefully today in this webinar, when we're going to be talking and exploring powers of attorney, it should give you a bit of a really, I'm hoping to explain things in a really user-friendly and easy way to enable you to understand them. Now, very often with powers of attorney, it's a common mistaken belief, really, that people think that, oh, if I lost mental capacity, or if anything happened to me and I was unable to make the decisions for myself, that a next of kin can just step in and manage my affairs for me. Well, it's not actually quite true, because very often they will face challenges where a bank, for example, may refuse to allow them access to an account because they're not the account holder, and so they can face problems very quickly. So this is why it's important to have a power of attorney, because it is that legal authority that then your loved ones have in order to manage your affairs. The attorney doesn't have to be a lawyer. This is another question that we very often get asked, and people sometimes think that they also need a lawyer to actually set up a power of attorney for them. Well, hopefully today I'll shed some light on this for you in terms of what options are available for you, because they don't have to be a lawyer. In the event of an unexpected matter, if you've got a power of attorney in place, you can be rest assured that a loved one or someone that you know and someone that you trust can step in and really manage your affairs for you, whether that be your financial affairs or dealing with your property or even health and welfare decisions for you. So this is why it's important to have a power of attorney. One of the phrases donor is very often used. So the donor is basically the person appointing someone to make decisions for them. So if I today decide that I want to create a power of attorney, I would be the donor, and the attorney, it could be an attorney or it could be attorneys in terms of more than one person, would be the people that I appoint to make decisions for me. So why consider a power of attorney? Well, it could be for a number of situations. Sometimes it doesn't have to be a permanent situation. It can be a temporary situation where you might want to consider an ordinary power of attorney, is what we call it, where you may be abroad and you may want someone to pay your bills for you or manage direct debits or accounts on a temporary basis. So you can consider an ordinary power of attorney for that. If it's more likely that you may have had some bad news, that you may have a long-term health condition, or you're thinking about long-term plans, as I mentioned, where you just have those worries thinking, well, I really do want to appoint someone to manage my affairs, then you can consider a lasting power of attorney. And powers of attorney are instrumental because, as I mentioned, it's about having the people that you know and trust to be able to step in without any issues and legally manage those affairs for you. So a power of attorney is basically a legal document, and it's a legal document that would enable someone to then legally be able to make those decisions for you. So the attorneys can then make those decisions on your behalf, so on behalf of the donor, if the donors are no longer able to make those decisions for themselves. And once you've registered the power of attorney, the attorneys will then be presented with a document, and that's the power of attorney document that will then enable them to make those decisions. And it can also be for, as I mentioned, property and financial affairs, or even health and welfare decisions. When I talk about property and financial affairs, it could be a number of things. So I'll talk a bit more about this in the next couple of slides, but for just to give you an overview, it could be like they need to access your bank accounts for you, to manage your direct debits or access savings. They may need to manage investments for you, pay bills for you, or even deal with buying or selling property, because sometimes we may have situations where the donor may end up in a care home, and they may be, usually with care home situations, they would be assessed as to whether they would be eligible to either pay for their own care or for the local authority to step in and deal with their care. If they own their own property and are eligible to pay for their own care, then usually this would involve having a power of attorney, would involve the attorney being able to step in and basically deal with the sale of the property to then start paying for the care. And sometimes as well, we've got the little raccoons there in a tree, but sometimes you may have some wishes in your power of attorney document. Like now, where we very often will give gifts and money to loved ones on special occasions like their birthdays or Christmas. And so the good thing is that in the power of attorney document, you can actually put those wishes, what you want the attorney to do for you in the event that you're not able to make those decisions for yourself. So it could mean that loved ones like grandchildren or dependents in any way can still continue to also benefit from those gifts, even if you're not able to make those decisions for yourself. The attorney can make them for you. And on health and welfare decisions, those can also vary considerably. So it could be anything from medical treatment that you may receive, such as life-sustaining treatment, or where you may need to consider care options. And so the power of attorney can actually deal with that for you and manage those even basic day-to-day matters such as diet, clothing, and just your daily routine. So these are the things that are involved. So I'll first be talking about the situation in England and Wales, but later I will also clarify the position in Scotland and Northern Ireland as well. So The type of power of attorney now that we generally talk about a lot are lasting powers of attorney. Ordinary powers of attorney, which I mentioned earlier, can be for temporary setbacks or temporary measures, and you can have those. So an ordinary power of attorney can be valid while a person has capacity. Could just be a temporary situation where they're away or there's a short stay in hospital or a holiday and they need their business or affairs to be managed. They can consider an ordinary power of attorney. But the main ones that I'll be talking about in this session are lasting powers of attorney. And lasting powers of attorney, so there are the two types, the ones for property and financial affairs, and the other is for health and welfare. Enduring powers of attorney existed prior to October 2007. They are still, so they, in Northern Ireland, they are still referred to. So what we call a lasting power of attorney in England and Wales, in Northern Ireland, they call it a enduring power of attorney. So not to confuse the two, but enduring powers of attorney now have been replaced by lasting powers of attorney, unless if you go back after this webinar and you check and you discover that you've got an enduring power of attorney because you may have had it registered back in 2007. As long as it was legally signed and completed, it can still be used. But since October 2007, they've now been replaced by lasting powers of attorney. So when someone loses mental capacity and they're no longer able to make decisions for themselves, the lasting power of attorney on financial affairs and property and financial affairs and health and welfare are the ones to look at. The Office of Public Guardian is in England and Wales is a government body that is really, they work within the framework of the Mental Capacity Act, and they're an executive agency that are sponsored by the Ministry of Justice, and they are the ones that basically have the functions of registering powers of attorney. So they monitor all the activities of deputies, attorneys and guardians who act to protect financial affairs of people and mental health decisions as well. And so it's the Office of Public Guardian. So it's not a court procedure when you make a power of attorney. All you do is you complete the relevant documentation, which I'll guide you through in this webinar, which is on gov.uk, and you then register it with the Office of Public Guardian. And generally it takes the Office of Public Guardian around 20 weeks to then enable the power of attorney document to be registered. You do not need a solicitor to create a lasting power of attorney for you. You can do it yourself. Some people find that the paperwork is a little bit overwhelming and they would rather have a solicitor do that for you, which is entirely your decision, and you can. It will cost you more if you have a solicitor do it. What my advice and guidance to members is very often is I suggest is you go onto the gov.uk website, have a look at the forms, have a look at what is involved. There is guidance, which I will go through with you, which gives you very clear insight in terms of what is involved and what you need to do. If you then feel confident that you can do it yourself, then by all means go ahead. But if you do feel that it is a little bit too much and you would rather get some legal support, then you may need a solicitor to do that for you. Sometimes it is more costly, but sometimes people obviously find that it just gives them the peace of mind knowing that someone is legally doing it for them. So you don't need a solicitor, in short, to do a lasting power of attorney for both property and financial affairs and health and welfare. You can do it yourself, or if you would rather get some support, you can, but it will cost you more, essentially. When you think about appointing your powers of attorney, there are some specific instructions that you would want them to have as well. So it is permissible, like I mentioned, to have more than one attorney. In fact, in the actual documentation, when you complete it, the Office of Public Guardian on the forms do also indicate that you can include replacement attorneys as well within the form, just in case, because something may happen to your attorney and they may no longer be able to act for you. And then it would be useful knowing that you've already got a plan in place where someone can step in and replace them. And with powers of attorney, you can give them instructions on how they make decisions for you as well. So if you had two powers of attorney, two attorneys appointed for you, then they can make decisions at all times jointly. So in your form, you would indicate that you want them to make joint decisions at all times. So this could be, for example, you may have 2 adult children, and so you would rather that they always make decisions jointly. Or they could make decisions jointly and severally, which means some decisions they can make for themselves on their own, or some decisions they can actually make together. And again, in the forms that you complete for powers of attorney, you would have the opportunity to indicate how you want them to act for you. So when you make the power of attorney, there are some essential things that you need to consider. The donor themselves obviously need to be an adult. They need to be at least over the age of 18, and the donors must also have the mental capacity to make decisions to appoint an attorney. Sometimes on the legal helpline, unfortunately, I get faced with clients who, sadly, it's a little bit too late. The donor has already lost the mental capacity, and therefore they lose that opportunity to then apply for a power of attorney. Now, there are solutions and there are other legal options, which I will talk about later in terms of what someone can do in that regard. However, yes, at the time of when they do it, they need to ensure that they have the mental capacity to be able to do it. Now, they may have had a recent diagnosis, for example, of dementia. That does not mean that they don't have capacity to still make decisions. They will likely still have capacity to make a decision. It's just that usually the mental capacity is where someone's condition has really deteriorated, where they legally just cannot make that decision. So as long as they're still confident and can make those decisions, then usually they can still go ahead and apply to appoint people as their powers of attorney. And then to make the lasting power of attorney, the appropriate documentation, which is the forms that you need to complete, can be accessed on the gov.uk website. And there is also a guide. So the LP12, I very often say this to people that I talk to and I give legal advice to, is really familiarize yourself with the LP12. This is a guidance document that is available on gov.uk. So before you go into the form filling, the 2 forms, so the one for property and financial affairs and the one attorney document for health and welfare, before you tackle those, really familiarize yourself with this guide, because this guide really explains things nicely in terms of how each process works and what you need to consider. And also, what's really important about this guide is that it can really, if you familiarize yourself with it, most of the opinions I get from clients that I talk to, that it really gives them all the fundamentals, so they know what the process is and what is involved in applying for a power of attorney. Now, I'm not going to go into the form very specifically because we would be here for quite a while, but I will just mention some information in terms of what is involved. So I've got an example here in front of me of a financial affairs, an LP1F, which is the form for property and financial affairs when you appoint an attorney. So the first section covers the donor. So they would want the information of the donor. So if it's myself making appointing members of my family to act as my attorney, I will be the donor and I will complete section 1. And then section 2 is the information that you need to input about the attorneys themselves. Section 3, which we talked about earlier, how should the attorneys make decisions for you? So do you want them to make decisions jointly at all times, or can they make decisions jointly and severally? So that's section 3, that would usually cover that. Section 4 of the form talks about the replacement attorneys that I was talking about earlier. So you can actually name your replacement attorneys and put in their details in section 4 of the form. Section 5 is about when you want the attorneys to start making those decisions for you. Do you want that to happen at the point of when you register, or do you want that only to happen when you lose mental capacity? So section 5 is a really important section that you really need to understand when you want the attorneys to start acting for you. Section 6 talks about the people that you need to notify about the fact that you've appointed your attorneys, and these could be family members. And so there's some sections in this part where you would put down the details of the people that you would want to notify about the fact that you've decided on appointing powers of attorney. Section 7 talks about your preferences and your instructions, and this is what briefly I talked about earlier, is what would you like the attorneys to do for you? Are there some very tailored and specific instructions you would like to give? Well, in this section 7 you would be able to explore all that. Section 8 of the form talks about the legal rights and responsibilities that are involved. And section 9 is where you start. This is where it's all the signatures, basically. So you would have the donor's signature in section 9, and that is usually witnessed by an impartial witness who needs to be someone who's an adult over the age of 18 and who has mental capacity, but the witness cannot be the attorneys. And section 10 is the certificate provider as well. So this is someone in addition to a witness who has known the donor and is someone who can confirm that the donor understands what they are doing and that they're not under any pressure when completing this form. And the certificate provider can be a GP, or it can be a social worker, or someone that knows you, or even a solicitor. And then there's section 11, which is the signature for the attorneys. And again, that needs to be witnessed as well by the independent witnesses. And then section 12 covers registration. So it costs £82 per power of attorney. So £82 for a lasting power of attorney on property and financial affairs, and a further £82 for a lasting power of attorney on health and welfare, so £164 in total. However, based on your circumstances, you might be eligible for fee remission, a discount, or even all the fee being paid for you. So there are forms where you can indicate that and go through that, and then the Office of Public Guardian will confirm for you as well in terms of whether you would be eligible for that. So again, it's about, once you have these preferences and instructions in this slide, can really, you can go underway in terms of really then setting out what you want. And very often under the circumstances, I find that once people have done this, another very useful thing is that on the forms, on the top right hand corner, usually on the forms, there is the direct line for you to reach out to the Office of Public Guardian in the event that you have something very specific that you would like to explore with them. Then you can actually reach out to the Office of Public Guardian, and the number is on the form. The responsibilities for the attorney are really, really important, and attorneys themselves then need to familiarise themselves with this guide, which is the Mental Capacity Code of Practice. It is really, really important, because sometimes on our legal helpline, we will get attorneys that will say, they'll reach out to us and they'll ask us about, can I make this decision for the member, or can I spend money on giving a certain person a gift? Well, very often what we do is always refer members to this very particular guide, because it gives the attorneys all the information that is involved in terms of how they can make those day-to-day decisions. So it's really important that attorneys act within this guide, that they must only make decisions that they have been given. So that would always be in the form themselves, and that they cannot make decisions individually, for example, if the lasting power of attorney specifies that the decisions are to be made jointly. So it's really important that attorneys also familiarise themselves with their responsibilities. And this is a very useful guide, because it just ensures that everything that they do is accounted for. And so this is the general cost for the powers of attorney. As mentioned earlier, there might be some exemptions as well. So you may have that fee exempt if you're on any sort of income related benefits or low income. Another question that we get very often from donors is whether they can change their lasting power of attorney after registration. Generally, you cannot make changes to a lasting power of attorney after it's been registered, but there are some exemptions. And there could be circumstances have changed, for example, and they wish to remove a person as a lasting power of attorney. You can sometimes do that by a partial deed of revocation, especially if in the forms you've already completed and you've got your replacement attorneys, then that is possible. Or sometimes if you don't have named replacement attorneys in your documents, then you can revoke the power of attorney. So it's important usually that you get legal advice on this. So do touch base with our helpline in order to explore that. Revoking lasting powers of attorney it's not a complicated process. So the good news is it's actually quite straightforward. There is a deed of revocation that is already written for you, and it can be accessed on the gov.uk website. As long as the donor still has the mental capacity to be able to invoke a deed of revocation, then they can do that and decide to remove the attorney. It could be that they've fallen out with the attorney, or it could even be that the attorney have not acted legally and followed instructions as they should have in accordance with the form. So sometimes there are reasons for revoking a lasting power of attorney. Now, the Office of Public Guardian themselves also have other functions, which I will talk about shortly. But before I do, I just thought I'd also mention that there are other ways where a lasting power of attorney might naturally end as well. For example, if the attorney themselves have lost mental capacity, or if they've been declared bankrupt, or if they've been removed by the Court of Protection to act as an attorney, and that can sometimes happen as well. So there are circumstances where even attorneys can legally be removed. If people have concerns about the way an attorney is managing a donor's affairs, then what is really useful is that the Office of Public Guardian have a safeguarding unit. And this safeguarding unit is where any concerns can be reported, and they have a responsibility to monitor those concerns and investigate. So it could be regarding allegations of mistreatment or financial abuse, or even fraud. And if that ever happens, then the Office of Public Guardian Safeguarding Unit would usually do an investigation, and they can again be contacted. Their details are on gov.uk. There is also an email address on there where the concerns can be reported to the Office of Public Guardian, and they can then manage it from there. The Office of Public Guardian also can report concerns to other agencies externally as well. So those could be, for example, if they need to report the matter to the police or social services, for example. Sometimes we get this question a lot, is that what if the donor themselves lose capacity before the power of attorney has been registered? If the donor signed the documents before, then it might still be possible for the attorney to be registered, and for the attorney then to start making the decisions. But if they fail to sign it and they no longer have the capacity, then that is a problem, and they would not be able to use the power of attorney. It may be possible to consider deputyship, and I will just explore that with you. But deputyship usually is a separate procedure. So this is where sometimes it's too late for a person to be appointed as a power of attorney because a donor has already lost capacity. And then deputyship is a process where, just going to skip a couple of slides just to show you. So deputyship basically is a process in England and Wales where you make an application to the Court of Protection for a deputy to be appointed. Now, deputies can be appointed, which can still be a family member or a loved one that is close to the donor, and they can step in then and be appointed by the Court of Protection to start making decisions for the donor. But it is a separate application and it's more detailed, and there are lots of forms. In Scotland, it's called guardianship, so that's usually applied for through the court. And in Northern Ireland, it's called controllership. But deputyship, guardianship, or controllership are all legal procedures where if someone is too late to apply for a power of attorney and the donor has already lost capacity, then there are these procedures where applications can be made to court to appoint someone. And I would just like to go back and talk a little bit about Northern Ireland. So in Northern Ireland, the power of attorney for property and financial affairs is called an enduring power of attorney. And an enduring power of attorney is usually where it could either be made by an individual, similar to what we've explored today, or through a solicitor or a will writer. And in Northern Ireland, their version of the Office of Public Guardian is called the Office of Care and Protection. So the Office of Care and Protection is actually an arm of the courts, but they manage powers of attorney in Northern Ireland. The registration fee for an enduring power of attorney on property and financial affairs is £151. If you were to do this yourself, it would be, again, more dearer if you decided to get a solicitor to do this for you. Attorneys are required to give notice to a minimum of 3 of the donor's relatives in Northern Ireland. So as we mentioned earlier about the part of the form where you would indicate people that you need to notify in section 6, well, in Northern Ireland it's 3 family members need to be notified. And then the enduring powers of attorney, as I mentioned, only cover property and financial affairs. It's not possible to have an enduring power of attorney for health and welfare decisions in Northern Ireland. However, you might be able to separately look at appointing someone through an ordinary power of attorney, but that's only if the person still has the mental capacity in order to do that. And in Scotland, powers of attorney are called, well, for the property and financial affairs are called continuing powers of attorney. And continuing powers of attorney, again, it's a very similar process. There is the Office of Public Guardian in Scotland. So Scotland have their own Office of Public Guardian, and that's where you would register. You can draw up the documents yourself or use a solicitor, but unlike what we've got in England and Wales, they're not prescribed forms. So usually you would have to have them either written or drafted, or you can do them yourselves. A website that is quite useful to give some guidance on that is the Age UK website in Scotland, Age UK in Scotland. They have a website where you can actually get information on how you draft your attorney in Scotland. And in Scotland as well, you would need a solicitor or a medical doctor to interview you as well, and then sign your document. So similar to the certificate provider that we have, it needs to be someone medically that can do that. And a solicitor and also once drawn up, it needs to be registered with the Office of Public Guardian in Scotland. So a similar function as well. And as I mentioned, this is sort of the conclusion that if mental capacity has already been lost, these are the routes that you can take. So it's a whole different process. So I really do strongly recommend people that like I said, if you want that peace of mind and you want to ensure that you have people that can step in and manage your affairs, whilst you still have the capacity, do consider applying for the power of attorney, because otherwise, if you have to go through deputyship, guardianship, or controllership, this involves a more lengthier process and court applications basically before someone can be appointed, whereas the Office of Public Guardian specifically can do this in shorter time if people still have the capacity. So it's really important to make sure that these decisions are taken sooner rather than later. So I will now likely open this up for further questions, because I'm sure there are lots of questions that people have. So we can then go ahead and explore these.
Well, I don't know about you folks, but I thought that was very, very comprehensive. So I wasn't expecting a lot of questions for Amir, but it looks as though we do have quite a lot. So let's welcome Amir back. So yes, Amir, well done. Fantastic presentation. But we do
Thank you,
have
sir.
lots of questions. So I'll get cracking straight away. The first one we have is, any advice for elderly parents resisting setting up a power of attorney as they don't feel it's necessary?
Yeah, very often we do get this, and this is a really, really good question, because I think usually a lot of the times why people resist is because they're not fully versed with the process, or there are natural worries or anxieties they might have, because they might be thinking that, oh, I can still make those decisions. One thing I strongly recommend with anyone in this type of scenario is that if you've sat down with your loved ones and you've had these discussions, and you find that they are just resisting, then you can try family mediation. Now, there are lots of organizations out there, such as the Family Mediation Council, where you can actually go onto their website, which I believe is familymediationcouncil.org.uk. You can pop in your postcode on their website, and it will come up with a list of local mediators that are based near you. Because very often, in my experience, I find when people sit down with the mediator and they actually hear this information being conveyed by a third party, they're more keen to then understand it. Or sometimes that's a cheaper way of doing it, rather than going straight to a solicitor, where a solicitor will be able to sit down with your parents and give elderly parents some guidance on what is involved. It's less formal, and they won't feel like they're being sort of pushed into a legal process. And it's just a way where they can really be given that information. Sometimes, if you actually have access to our helpline, I strongly recommend touching base with us, where we can actually have a conference call, or you can have your parents with you and have the phone and loudspeaker, and we can actually answer all those concerns and worries that your parents might have, and give them the assurance. Because, like I said, the forms are really self-explanatory, but also there are things in the form where they can make their wishes really clear, and they will then be followed, and it will give them the assurance as well. So mediation, or touching base with our helpline as well, do that, because we can definitely help you with that.
Brilliant. Thank you, Amir. The next question that we have is, you said that if someone has a debt relief order, they can't be power of attorney. Is this financial only, or does it include health too?
That's a really good question. It is only for the financial power of attorney. So you can still have a health and welfare attorney.
Brilliant, brilliant. The next one we have, and thank you again for covering all of the nations. I live in Northern Ireland. I went with my mum to a solicitor to make an enduring power of attorney. The solicitor advised she didn't need to do this and could just give one of the family a bank card. Is a power of attorney advisable? I think I might know the answer to this one.
Yeah. I think we all know the answer to this one. It really is advisable, because that is not that the person wouldn't have the legal authority to do that, and you wouldn't want to do that and put a member of family at risk in terms of them being accused of fraud or stopped by the police or the bank. So really, to avoid that type of scenario, do consider an enduring power of attorney.
Brilliant, thank you. The next one we have is, please can you give examples of a professional who could be appointed as an attorney, and would a professional normally charge for their services as an attorney?
Yes, so professionals usually would generally be a solicitor. If you decided to go for a solicitor, that you don't have to have a solicitor, so it can be a trusted friend or someone that you know, as long as you know that they would be responsible and that you trust that they can make those decisions for you. If you don't have a close friend or relative that can be appointed as an attorney, then the only other option may be to do it legally through a solicitor. And with firms, because they are regulated, they would make sure that they manage everything in accordance with your specific instructions on the form.
Brilliant, thank you. And the next one that we have is, if please can you, oh, I think that's a duplication there. No problem. If a parent appoints just one child as attorney, what rights do other siblings have if they feel wrong decisions are being made?
Legally, the only family member that's appointed as the attorney would be the person that would then have the legal authority to make those decisions. However, when you say wrong decisions, if you feel that the attorney is actually making decisions that you are worried about, so you feel that they're actually going against your parents' wishes, or you feel that your parents might be at risk of financial abuse, then I would strongly recommend under those circumstances to reach out to the Office of Public Guardians safeguarding team, and they can actually look closely at monitoring their activities in order to find whether they are acting in accordance with the attorney. If they're not, and if they are removed, then in theory, as long as your parents still have capacity, other siblings could be appointed. Or if your parents no longer have capacity, then you may be able to make an application through the Court of Protection to be appointed as a deputy.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. And the next one that we have is, can someone who doesn't live in the UK act as an attorney?
Yes, so it doesn't actually specify. The only thing is that we strongly recommend very often that you, as long as, I mean, if it's a family member that's not in the UK, I mean, usually they can still step in and manage accounts from a distance. There's no legal restriction on that, but you've just got to make sure that they are fully versed with what you've put in your power of attorney document, so that they're following your instructions, and also also be aware that if they are managing money and funds, that banks may have their own slight rules where they might question certain activity if it's being monitored outside. So there might be a little bit more regulation involved there, but it is possible. Yes, it doesn't have to be limited to the UK.
Okay, brilliant. Next one that we have is, if my dad has an enduring power of attorney for my mum with dementia and he passes away, can we as his children still use the power of attorney for my mum to pay for her care, or will we have to resort to deputyship?
You would likely have to resort to deputyship there, unless that enduring power of attorney made it specific that there were replacement attorneys within that document. If no replacements were named, then you would not be able to use it, because you're not the named enduring power of attorney. And if mum's already lost capacity, then yes, it would be deputyship.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And the next one is, what do you do when medical professionals will not acknowledge the rights an attorney has?
Under the circumstances, usually they should, because the attorney has the legal. So as long as you're an appointed attorney, then you have the legal rights. So if medical professionals do not acknowledge them, then you can actually go through the complaints process and actually escalate it to any regulator or professional association, because this is a legal document that gives you legal rights. So as long as the only circumstances I've usually seen are if the attorneys are only for property and financial affairs rather than health and welfare, then very often that is an issue. But as long as you've got a health and welfare lasting power of attorney, then and you're making decisions which you know would be in your parents' best interests or your loved one's best interests, then you may have to go through the complaints process if you're being dismissed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And the next one that we have is, can you register power of attorney and then your attorney make decisions, e.g. investment dealings, even while you have mental capacity, e.g. if you're abroad and need something done?
Absolutely, you can. The only exception to this is health and welfare decisions can't be made, but financial decisions can, whilst the donor still has mental capacity as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. The next one is, my husband and I have financial power of attorney, but not the health one. Is it not the medical profession who decide what happens to our loved ones? Please explain the scenario which the health power of attorney would be of benefit, please.
Yeah, generally medical professions clearly will always make decisions as well. I mean, you may also have, sometimes people have certain wishes and their intentions in their medical records as well. And so medical professionals can follow them and follow the law. But usually what we find the benefit of having a health and welfare power of attorney is that it's not only just those medical decisions, but also it could cover giving loved ones a bit more involvement in what I mentioned earlier about just the day-to-day things in terms of diet and dress code and anything like that as well. So it gives loved ones those abilities to also be a bit more involved, especially if someone's health was to deteriorate, for example, and they ended up having to go into a care home, because depending on the state of their health, it could be that medical professionals will then just leave it to social services to decide on what would be the appropriate care home. Whereas if a loved one had the power of attorney, they can actually name one that they feel would be more suited to the person's needs. And so they would have more legal involvement in that.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Thank you. Next one we have, they are coming thick and fast for you. Any advice, please, on if two attorneys disagree over the best interests of the donor?
Absolutely. It always goes back to those preferences and those intentions that are in the form. If you feel that one attorney is actually going against that, then the Office of Public Guardian could be involved, and they may even possibly remove an attorney if they're actually going against the donor's wishes. Or, as I mentioned earlier, mediation. If they're just general disagreements, then you can sometimes iron those out through mediation without getting a solicitor involved.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Thank you. Next one is, does power of attorney become more complex if a donor has set everything via a trust?
Not necessarily, no, because depending on, trusts usually are useful and a lot of people use them in many different capacities. As long as the trust deeds make it clear what the terms are of those trusts, then an attorney can usually manage them. So it's just like having another contract, and the attorney just has to make sure they follow things in accordance with those terms. So as long as they do that, it shouldn't make things more complex, unless there are some very specific instructions within the trust that the attorney may struggle with. But generally, no, it's no different to the way that whatever the donor has expressed in that trust, the attorney should still follow them.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Thank you. The next one is, if you hold power of attorney for a parent and the parent meets someone and they are starting to mentally decline, and you find out that the friend has been manipulating the parent financially, is there anything that can be done? I think we've covered this, and I think we might know what's coming up on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Firstly, in terms of if you have the attorney, then you can legally step in, access all those accounts, locate where you have noticed the financial abuse, and then that needs to be reported to the police. The Office of Public Guardian would only really be involved more to do with attorneys rather than just someone who's connected to that person. But you've got adult social services and the police that would likely investigate that if someone's being abused financially or taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Thank you, Amir. And the next one is, my question is about how capacity is determined. Medical professionals have indicated my dad lacks capacity over his financial affairs, but has capacity to decide where he wants to live, i.e. welfare decision.
Yeah, sometimes it depends. Usually what I would always state is that because sometimes you can have capacity that might be fluid. So sometimes people have good days and sometimes they have bad days. Unfortunately, if it's already on the medical file that he lacks capacity, then you may not be able to go for lasting power of attorney. So you may have to go down the deputyship route, unless you get another medical professional that sees him and feels that he's still able to make those decisions, in which case you might still be able to get that on record and then go for a lasting power of attorney.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Thank you. The next one is, can you please clarify costs in Scotland to register power of attorney, please?
Oh, yes. I don't think I mentioned it on my paperwork. It would be, I'm not sure of the costs, but if you reach out to the Office of Public Guardian in Scotland, they'll be able to tell you. It will be similar, so it will be a similar just one-off fee, and there might also be the same process in terms of depending on earnings, there might be some fee remission as well, but the Office of Public Guardian in Scotland will be able to clarify that.
Brilliant, thank you. The next one is it best to have a single appointed person or joint, in your opinion?
They both can work for people. Sometimes with joint, it just gives you that peace of mind, knowing that, and again, depending on the instructions, because you may want some of them to be, if they can jointly and severally make decisions, some of them can make decisions on their own, or you may decide that you want both of them to always be in agreement in making those decisions, in which case, if it's joint, then they can both do that. It just gives you that peace of mind knowing that you've got one other person involved managing your affairs.
True. Next one. Will a lasting power of attorney for health and welfare for someone with learning difficulties be granted at a donor's request, and then can this be used immediately to support them if you can't use the powers without a loss of mental capacity?
Learning difficulties don't necessarily mean that someone doesn't have capacity. So they can still have capacity, but if in doubt, it's that certificate provider. So if it's a GP that can confirm that they do, then yeah, you should be able to go ahead and get the lasting power of attorney.
Okay, thank you. The next one, and linked to the question above, with a mentally and physically disabled child under 18, should you get power of attorney, and if so, to get it now or when they turn 18?
Usually it would be when they turn 18, because whilst they're under 18, you would still have parental responsibility for them, so you will be able to make those decisions. But when they turn 18 or above, then you can go for a power of attorney. So at the moment, legally, you can do that with having parental responsibility.
Okay, brilliant. Do we have any other questions? It looks, oh, no, hold on. We've got another one. I've got only half a question by the looks of things here. About capacity related to once you have power of attorney, when we can act under the power of attorney. I'm sorry, folks, but I'm getting a bit of an incomplete question that's come through there. So I'm
just thinking that might mean in terms of as long as, because sometimes you can have a scenario where someone has appointed an attorney, as long as the documents are signed and even if it's not registered, if they've lost capacity in the meantime, the Office of Public Guardian would make that call as to whether the attorney itself is still legal and can go ahead.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Have we got another one? What's this? Once power of attorney done, when can it be? Once power of attorney is done, when can it be acted upon, and when is loss of mental capacity deemed?
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, it can be acted upon as well. This is as long as the form itself indicates that it can, because the form, the donor would stipulate whether they want it to be acted upon only upon registration. So then it can be acted upon registration, or the donor may say only when they lose capacity. So if the donor doesn't indicate that, then usually it's upon registration.
Okay, I see. Okay. Wow, I think you've answered an awful lot of questions there. So brilliant, brilliantly done there, Amir. I don't think we have any more coming through at the moment. Oh no, hold on. I understand that a lasting power of attorney is no longer valid when the donor dies. So does that mean the appointed attorneys cannot still deal with the finances? Is this true?
That is true. What then happens is that if the donor has left a will, then the executors under that will take over, and the executors then deal with the estate, and they deal with accessing the finances once they've applied for probate. So the process is then usually, because it might be that the attorneys are also the executors under the will, and in which case, once they get probate, they can then start managing accounts and accessing accounts. So usually that would work upon that basis.
Okay, Brilliant. Thank you.
If there's no will, then they would have to apply to the probate registry for what we call letters of administration. So letters of administration, it's a process where a family, usually it's done on a first come, first served basis, and it has to be based on family members. So someone related to the deceased would then have to apply to the probate registry to get letters of administration to then manage the estate.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. We have another one. Can you give us a really quick bullet point or two of why it is so important to have a power of attorney in place, please?
Yeah, as I mentioned, really, it just gives you that main peace of mind knowing that, I've mentioned this before, that, we always take out insurance to cover the unexpected, whether that's, road traffic accidents, or we have car insurance, or we have home insurance to cover any expected things that might go on with our property, or life insurance. But if anything happened to us and we no longer were able to mentally make decisions for ourselves, it just creates so much issues for our loved ones, because there's so much red tape involved, and they will not have access to our finances or be able to make decisions for us on our mental health grounds. So therefore, this is why I feel really it is prudent to get a power of attorney.
Okay. The next one that we have is, how is loss of mental capacity judged, and what stops an attorney abusing this?
It's always judged through, again, it's really medical opinion mainly. So because, like I said earlier in the presentation, is that just because someone's got an early diagnosis doesn't mean they don't have capacity. If they're obviously still able to manage that capacity, then they can. It's really more about it where it's really obvious that their health has deteriorated to an extent where they just do not understand paperwork, and they do not understand what they're signing or getting themselves into. And usually it's the medical professional that would determine then whether mental capacity is still judged or not. So it's that certificate provider that ultimately need to have that confidence knowing that the person that they've seen still has mental capacity or not.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Do we have any more questions, team behind the scenes? Or is that it for now? I think, well, actually, we've tipped. Oh, no, hold on. If we've got time to squeeze another one in, it looks we have. Can the certificate provider be the same person as the witness?
Usually the certificate provider cannot obviously be the attorney. I would strongly recommend that the witnesses are someone separate as well. And they don't have to be in theory but usually it is best to have separate witnesses, because the witnesses would only really be there as long as there's someone over the age of 18 that are of mental capacity, and they're just witnessing the donor sign and they're witnessing the attorneys sign the paperwork. It's better to have someone separate, in my view.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, I think that is, yes, we're wrapping up now. So yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much, Amir, for answering so many questions.
I've really enjoyed it. No, thank you for allowing me to be part of this. It's been a pleasure.
Fantastic. Right. Thank you very much, Mia. And I hope, thank you to all for joining us. And I hope you can join us for the next remaining sessions. Take care, everybody. See you later.
Life, eh? Who can plan it? Along the way, stuff happens. Small stuff, big stuff, tricky stuff. And when life throws a curveball, bad things become worse things. Relationships crumbling, bills building, anxiety swirling, overwhelming. But when it happens, just like a good friend, we're always there. Like an open umbrella, we're there for each other. We might not always have the answers, but we can point you in the right direction of those who do. We offer guidance, words of wisdom, peace of mind, anytime. Space to breathe. So don't sit and suffer alone. Let's have a chat. We can help when budgeting leaves your brain in a tangle. When depression or grief feel heavy. Or when you're a carer and need care too. For whatever is needed, we're here. Together, we are the charity for civil servants. For whatever happens.
When times are tough, it's important that we look out for each other, and that's why the charity for civil servants exists. So this Christmas, we'd like you to rock your most dazzling, wacky and downright tacky Christmas jumper to help raise much needed funds for colleagues who might need it right now.
Taking part is easy. Just follow these 3 simple steps. Sign up to create your festive fundraising page. Wear your festive jumpers. Donate to your page and have fun. We're better together. Pass it on.
Life, eh? Who can plan it? Along the way, stuff happens. Small stuff, big stuff, tricky stuff. And when life throws a curveball, bad things become worse things. relationships crumbling, bills building, anxiety swirling, overwhelming. But when it happens, just like a good friend, we're always there. Like an open umbrella, we're there for each other. We might not always have the answers, but we can point you in the right direction of those who do. We offer guidance, words of wisdom, peace of mind, anytime. Space to breathe. So don't sit and suffer alone. Let's have a chat. We can help when budgeting leaves your brain in a tangle, when depression or grief feel heavy, or when you're a carer and need care too. For whatever is needed, we're here. Together, we are the charity for civil servants. For whatever happens.
When times are tough, it's important that we look out for each other, and that's why the Charity for Civil Servants exists. So this Christmas, we'd like you to rock your most dazzling, wacky and downright tacky Christmas jumper to help raise much needed funds for colleagues who might need it right now.
Taking part is easy. Just follow these 3 simple steps. Sign up to create your festive fundraising page. Wear your festive jumpers. Donate to your page and have fun. We're better together. Pass it on.
Life, eh? Who can plan it? Along the way, stuff happens. Small stuff, big stuff, tricky stuff. And when life throws a curveball, bad things become worse things. Relationships crumbling, bills building, anxiety swirling, overwhelming. But when it happens, just like a good friend, we're always there. Like an open umbrella, we're there for each other. We might not always have the answers, but we can point you in the right direction of those who do. We offer guidance, words of wisdom, peace of mind, anytime. Space to breathe. So don't sit and suffer alone. Let's have a chat. We can help when budgeting leaves your brain in a tangle. When depression or grief feel heavy. Or when you're a carer and need care too. For whatever is needed, we're here. Together, we are the charity for civil servants. For whatever happens.
When times are tough, it's important that we look out for each other. And that's why the Charity for Civil Servants exists. So this Christmas, we'd like you to rock your most dazzling, wacky and downright tacky Christmas jumper to help raise much needed funds for colleagues who might need it right now.
Taking part is easy. Just follow these 3 simple steps. Sign up to create your festive fundraising page. Wear your festive jumpers. Donate to your page and have fun. We're better together. Pass it on.
Hello everyone, my name is Hannah Morris and I'm the UK Community Partnerships Manager here at the charity. It's great to have so many of you here to join us for the conference today. I'm delighted to introduce the Nutrition and Mental Health session. This is delivered by Jane McClanahan, who will be talking to you about the importance of good nutrition and how it can support your mental health. She'll be live from her kitchen, where she'll also be doing a cookery demonstration. So enjoy the session.
Hello and welcome to my kitchen. My name is Jane McClanahan and I am a nutritionist and owner of a small business based in Belfast called Vital Nutrition. I am here today to give you lots of ideas about how you can eat to build better mental health. We are talking good mood foods. So I've got loads of ideas for you, lots of suggestions about things that you can add into your shopping list. And what I'd love is at the end of today's session, you make one small change. Good nutrition is something that takes time and consistency. And if you can commit to making one small change for the good of your health and stick with that and then revisit that again in perhaps a week's time and just keep building in these small things, by the end of a month, by the end of a season, and by the end of a year, you could totally transform your diet. So let's think a little bit about how our diet and nutrition can support our brain and our mental health. I've got 10 hot tips for you about small changes that you can make. Some of them are about diet, some of them are about lifestyle. We're also going to do a seasonal cookery demo as well. So it's time to move with the seasons. It's time to move away from the cucumber and the lettuce and the tomato in your salads and really get those seasonal veggies onto your plate. The more that we can eat with the seasons, the better it is for our nutrition and the better it is for our health and well-being. So I will be on hand at the end of this session for a Q&A session. So scribble down your questions and I'll be here to help point you in the right direction and give you a little like kind of nudge in the right direction. So let me share my screen with you. The first thing then that I'm going to do is just share with you all my contact details, just in case you want to get in touch or you want to follow me on social media. So you'll find me at Vital Nutrition. On Instagram, I am vital.nutrition. So I'd love to see what you're going to change to your health. And you'll find lots and lots of information on my website. Lots of recipes up here at the top. You will find my blog page that's got ideas about little changes that we can all make to our diet for the good of our health. You'll find lots of different topics there, and you'll also find ways of getting in touch. So today we're thinking about food and mood. So, what are your happy foods? What are the foods that help you to feel good? The foods that lift your mood, help you feel energized, and help you feel like you're in control of things. Maybe reduce anxiety, improve your mood, or help to reduce seasonal affective disorder, which is a real big deal at this time of year. I think the answer to that question for lots of people would be things like chocolate, ice cream, biscuits. It might be things like bread or toast. It might be things like soup and stew or curry. Very often, the foods that we think of as our good mood foods or our happy foods are not always the most nourishing. They can make us feel better temporarily. What I want to get into today with you is the foods that really have that long-term effect on our well-being, on our mental health. And a lot of this will be things that you know already. So it might be a little reminder. There might be some new ideas here. There might be some fresh thinking here, but let's just roll with it and remember that you're going to change one thing. So what I would love you to do is just keep an ear out for the thing that you feel feels the easiest thing to do, the easiest thing to change in your diet. Okay, so the foundation for better mood is better blood sugar balance. Lots of us are on an energy roller coaster or a blood sugar roller coaster. We rely on sugar and caffeine and maybe refined carbohydrates to give us instant boosts of energy. Unfortunately, these give us a lift in energy and then a plummet in blood sugar. And when we get that dip or plummet in blood sugar, we can feel sluggish, low energy, a bit fatigued, and really flat and fed up. The other thing that can happen in terms of our mood is it can actually trigger more adrenaline. So not only do we feel low mood, but we can also feel more anxiety, more stress, maybe more overwhelm. So let's see if we can crack this blood sugar roller coaster. And the first thing is to keep an eye on food labels. So start looking at how much sugar is in your food. I wonder if you know what a low sugar food is. So the key is looking at your label at the amount of sugar in 100 grams and aiming for no more than 5 grams per 100. So I want to share an idea with you. Let's go shopping for a minute. Go to Sainsbury's, just for the sake of argument, and we are going to go down the aisle that has got granola in it. So let's head there. When you look at granola, on the outside, it looks pretty healthy. You know, it looks pretty good. It's got all these promises about how brilliant it is. But then sometimes when you look behind the label, it can have other hiddens. So we're going to just look at a couple of different granolas. So let's just take the Sainsbury's own brand, Tropical Granola, and let's have a look at the nutritional label here. So when you look at the level down the left-hand side, you've got carbohydrates, of which sugars comes below that, and then look at the amount per 100 grams. So there you've got 19.8 grams per 100. That's just a regular granola. Let's see if we can drop that a little bit. So if you look for the words low sugar on your granola, you will find that, you will find that your granola or your food that is labeled low sugar, let me see if I can get you a Sainsbury's own brand one. Thinking about your wallet. Yeah, this one says low sugar nutty granola. And this one, because it says low sugar on the label, look at the difference. So here, carbohydrate rich sugars per 100 is right down to 3. If the label says low sugar, then legally it has to contain less than 5 grams of sugar per 100. If it says reduced sugar or no added sugar, that can be quite different. So always look for the term low sugar on your label. So that's step one. Start being more aware of where sugar is weaving its way into your diet and start making changes that you can easily switch to a low sugar alternative. Another option would be things like your chocolate, going for much darker chocolate. It's much better for you and it's much lower in sugar. So if you normally have milk chocolate, perhaps go for 70% cocoa chocolate. If you have 70%, go 85%. Nudge the cocoa levels up and you will nudge the sugar levels down. So the first step is cutting back on sugar, and the second step is really thinking about foods that make you feel fuller and more satisfied. And that will be a little bit more fibre and a little bit more protein on your plate. And we're going to come to both those again in a little bit more detail. But aim for about a palm-sized portion of protein at every meal. So that could be animal-based, it could be eggs and meat and fish and chicken, natural yogurt or cottage cheese, for example, or it could be plant-based. Beans and lentils and nuts and seeds would be your plant-based proteins, tofu as well. So a quarter of your plate, and then aim for your carbohydrate that's got fibre in it. The fibre and the protein will help balance out your blood sugar and help you to get off that roller coaster. So step 1, beat the sugar blues. Step 2, eating for good mental health means that we need to top up our oil levels, get more healthy, essential fats onto our plate. I would recommend that at most meals, you have some sort of healthy fat. For example, nuts and seeds at breakfast, things like chia seeds and flax seeds, maybe a couple of times a week, having your tinned fish at lunchtime, maybe having things like olive oil as your oil of choice, and really topping up those healthy fats in your diet. Omega-3 in particular has been shown to help manage low mood and depression, and it's very important for neurotransmitter balance and good mental health. It is recommended that we have oily fish in our diet 2 to 3 times a week, and we have a handful of nuts and seeds every day. The other advantage of having nuts and seeds in your diet are that they contain nutrients like zinc, selenium, calcium, magnesium, and some protein, all of which are good nutrients and essential nutrients for our brain health and mood balance. Eat your greens. You knew when you heard that I was doing a nutrition slot on here that surely that nutritionist is going to tell us to eat more greens. Yeah, I am. So for lots of reasons. Number 1, your dark green leafy vegetables are absolutely packed with good nutrition. Lots of minerals and polyphenols, but they're also a lovely source of magnesium. And magnesium has calming effects on our body, and it helps to balance out cortisol, which is one of our adrenal hormones. So eat more greens, make sure you're having at least 1 portion every day, and make the switch at this time of the year. So forget about things like your lettuce and those kind of cold foods and go for things like kale, cabbage, spinach, chard, leeks. Get the stuff that is in season. The other nutrient that is found in your green vegetables is folic acid. And we know that folic acid is really important for helping manage mood as well. So get your portion of your green leafy vegetables into your diet every day and cook them in different ways. Steam them, stir fry them, put them in your air fryer, roast them. Things like roasted broccoli, absolutely gorgeous. Roasted Brussels sprouts come the end of the year are also really good. And don't forget that your frozen vegetables are just as nutritious as your fresh. When it comes to mood, there's 2 neurotransmitters that we really need to talk about and work out how we can support their balance through the food on our plate. So those 2 neurotransmitters are serotonin and dopamine. So let me talk you through the difference between each of those and how we can support them through good nutrition. So serotonin is our feel-good neurotransmitter. It helps us to feel relaxed and calm, and it helps to handle anything that life throws at us. So when we are low in serotonin, we can feel irritable or impatient, low mood or depressed. We can have sugar cravings or maybe look for alcohol to help us to relax. It can also affect our sleep. And the reason it affects our sleep is because serotonin and melatonin are linked. So if we're low in serotonin, quite often we're low in melatonin, the sleep hormone too. So maybe you have trouble getting over to sleep, or maybe you feel that you wake in the middle of the night. So our mood changes quite quickly, and it can also cause digestive discomfort and migraines. So the nutrients that we need to support serotonin include tryptophan, which is an amino acid found in things like bananas and oats, chicken and turkey, dairy products, nuts and seeds. Magnesium, found in dark green leafy vegetables, nuts, seeds, whole grains, and really dark chocolate. So get that 70 to 85% cocoa chocolate into your diet. There's the folate that I mentioned, and also saffron, interestingly, has been shown to help support better mood and serotonin levels. So while serotonin keeps us calm and relaxed and steady, dopamine is the one that gives us our drive, our energy, and our get up and go, our motivator. So when we are low in dopamine, we tend to find it hard to wake up in the morning. Remember, serotonin affects the quality of our sleep, but the melatonin means we don't have that drive, that motivation to get up in the morning. So we need a jump start. Maybe we're looking for caffeine in the morning. Your sleep might be quite broken. You just feel flat and fed up, not motivated for the things that you love to do. So the nutrients that are important here are another amino acid called tyrosine, folic acid again, and then two herbs that are often used by nutritional therapists and herbal remedies include rhodiola and Siberian ginseng. Now, these are known as adaptogens, which means that they can help balance levels of stress in the body. So here are some of the foods that we can include in our diet that will help support a healthy balance of serotonin and dopamine. So you can see there, you've got things like your oily fish and your avocados, things like beans and lentils, bananas and broccoli. It's everyday foods. So the more of these we can build into our diet, the better. It doesn't have to mean that you start supplementing necessarily. And also it is really safe to add these foods into your diet if you're taking an antidepressant or a mood modifying drug. On the other hand, supplementation of some nutrients can interact with medication. So it's always safer to go food first. So how many of these foods can you build onto your plate? The nuts and seeds, especially walnuts and almonds, bananas, dairy products, especially kefir and natural yogurt because of the effects on the gut microbiome, oily fish like salmon, other dairy products like cheese, and then herbs and spices, like things like your saffron, turmeric, for example. How many can you build into your diet on a regular basis? Rethink your drinks. Very often when it comes to nutrition, we're just talking about food. We're just talking about the ingredients that we use to build a different meal or build a different balance on our plate. But also consider what you're drinking because that can have a huge impact on our mood. And of course, the most obvious place to start is alcohol. Alcohol is a depressant. I'm going to show you the roller coaster. We know that it affects our blood sugar balance, but it also in itself has a depressant effect. So the less alcohol in your diet, the better. Also remember that although caffeine can lift our energy and give us a wee bit of a boost, too much can also make us feel jittery, anxious, or stressed. So time your caffeine, have less of it. Perhaps on the days that you are feeling a little bit more anxious, have less caffeine, and make sure that you're not having any, I would say, after lunchtime, because it can really impact on your quality and quantity of sleep. Instead, replace your coffees and your really strong tea with perhaps decaffeinated versions, or look at some herbal teas. There's some brilliant herbal teas with things like lemon balm, which has a calming effect, things like ginger and turmeric, which have anti-inflammatory effects. And we know that there's a link between brain inflammation and low mood, or simply green tea, which contains something called theanine, which acts as a relaxant, and it helps to counterbalance the effects, the stimulant effects of caffeine. Also remember to make sure that you are well hydrated. The first sign of dehydration can be fatigue, and it can be that whole body fatigue, which is often linked to low mood as well. So keep really well hydrated, especially at this time of the year when maybe it's not as easy to drink your water. Maybe that's where your herbal teas come in. So we all know about that gut feeling. We all know that we can feel sick to our stomach in terms of stress, and we know that there is a link between our mood and our digestive health. So let's look after our digestive system with a view to helping support neurotransmitter function and mood. Slow it down. Slow down your eating. Take time to savor the food that you're eating. Take time to chew your food properly so that you're digesting and absorbing more from that plate of food. And don't rush your food. Build more cultured or fermented foods into your diet. Things like kimchi and sauerkraut might be on your radar, but if they're a bit too much, even starting with things like a live natural yogurt could be a brilliant way of repopulating your gut with healthy bacteria to support your microbiome. Pickles and olives are also a good way to get more cultured or fermented foods in your diet. Get more fibre in your diet. Not only does that help support digestion and reduce constipation, but it also helps to feed those good bacteria that we rely on for that gut-brain connection. The more different types of plant foods we have in our diet, the better. So it's suggested that we aim for 30 different plant foods a week. And if that sounds sky high, then remember that that includes fruit and vegetables, but it also includes all your different nuts and seeds. It includes things like your whole grains. It includes herbs and spices, and it even includes tea and coffee. So 30 plant foods a week is the aim of the game. And with all of these additional foods to help support the microbiome and the gut-brain connection, it's important also to keep well hydrated. The sunshine vitamin, as I record this, it's grey and dark and wet outside, and it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's time, now that we're in October, to supplement the sunshine vitamin. We know that low levels of vitamin D are linked to low mood and seasonal affective disorder. So if you are not already, it's recommended that most adults in the UK supplement around 2,000 IU of vitamin D a day. And you can get specific vitamin D supplements in any health food shop. I would recommend, if you're buying supplements, to go to a health food shop and not buy them from your supermarket. You know, a bit like we're now more aware of ultra-processed foods. Be a bit savvy when it comes to your supplements as well, and get the best advice you can when you buy it from your health food shop. Even better if you can support a small local health food shop. On the note of the sunshine vitamin, most of us don't get outside enough at this time of the year. So exercise outside. We know that there's a big connection between the amount of time we spend in nature and our mental health. And there was a big study done about 3 or 4 years ago now that looked at students who spent time mindfully in nature. They were recommended, or they did a study where they were advised to be outside, but really notice nature. What can you see? What can you hear? What can you smell? Even what can you feel? The wind or the rain on your face. And they found that those students who spent time outside and were more mindful about it instead of thinking about something else had reduced levels of anxiety and stress and much improved mood. So get yourself outside. Even if it is wet and dark and grey, it'll work to your advantage, especially at this time of year. Take time out. So considering all the plates that you're spinning. Sometimes life can get too many plates to spin, and it can lead to feelings of overwhelm. The things that you do that are your rest, your relaxation, your fun things are really important for good mental health. So whether that is being outside in nature, baking a cake, or taking photographs, it doesn't matter. It's your free time and it's your hobbies that help you to get into the flow and help you to move into what's called the parasympathetic mode, the rest and digest mode, and reduce levels of stress and anxiety. So take time out and value that time out. And of course, our connection to others, our connection to people in our community, our family, and our social circle is really important. So pick up that phone a friend, and connect with the people that hold you steady. So remember, I asked you right at the beginning to change one thing, just one thing that will help support your mental health. So what I would love you to think about is what you can change this week. What can you bring into practice? What little habit can you adopt this week to help support your mood through the food on your plate? So could it be that you start looking at sugar on your labels? Maybe you're going to build more protein onto your plate. Perhaps you're going to look at more healthy fats, or those foods that help support dopamine and serotonin. Whatever it is, get it into practice right now, right away, today, and then reevaluate in a week and just see, just notice, how does that make you feel? Better? Not notice really anything? Just keep building these healthy habits one at a time. And by the end of the week, by the end of the month and the end of the season, you're going to have much better mental well-being and much better nutrition. So let's get back into the kitchen because we've got to cook. So the recipe I'm going to share with you today is very seasonal, and it brings in quite a few of those foods that we have just discussed. So it is, I'm just going to share my screen again with you. The recipe we're going to do is a kale, carrot and apple salad. So you might be thinking it's not salad season, but if you rethink your salads and start using really seasonal local produce, then I think you're going to enjoy this one. So come with me and we'll get cooking. We'll get started. What I love about this kind of food is that most of the ingredients in this, are local. So you're getting lots and lots of minerals here, lots of vitamins, lots of antioxidants. And because it hadn't traveled halfway across the world, then the antioxidant levels are really preserved in these foods. So let's start off with our kale, with our curly kale. So remember the advantage of this, we've got lots of magnesium, which is that the relaxing effect. We've got that folic acid, which is really important for your neurotransmitter balance, and packed full of minerals. So this is just straight from the field. You'll probably find kale in your supermarket like this, just like the leafy greens, and you can also sometimes find it shredded. I would recommend that you buy the whole leaf kale if you can get it. It'll stay fresher for so much longer for you, and also it's not, when it's been shredded, it loses more nutrients, so you're better just to have the whole leaf. So all I'm doing is just taking the stalks. Can you see? Just cutting down the middle and taking that kind of woody stalk out of the middle of each of these. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, a decent handful. Obviously, make sure that you give your kale a really good wash before you use it. I'm just going to slice it really finely. So this salad you can make up and it will keep in your fridge for 3 or 4 days. Absolutely not a problem. So make sure that you're not giving yourself great big chunky mouthfuls of kale. You want to cut it nice and finely. Shred it nice and finely. Okay, so let's get this into our bowl. It's a little bit of a chop up. Apart from that, it's all nice and finely shredded. Then next up, carrot. Now, notice I haven't peeled, we can't see it from there, but I've not peeled this carrot. One of the reasons is that right under the skin is where you get loads of the defense, loads of the antioxidants. So and also lots and lots of fiber. So where possible, don't peel your fruit and veg. Keep it as whole and as intact as possible. Oops. In goes our vibrant, fresh, beautiful seasonal carrots. Then we're coming in with an apple. So it's lovely to have seasonal fruit in your salads. And, you could put berries in there. You could put a pear into it. We're coming into citrus season as well. So you could even put something like an orange in salads is really nice. And with this, just to create a little bit of difference in texture, I'm going to just really finely dice this. Give it a nice sweetness. It's going to help feed the gut microbiome and that link between the brain and the gut. And we've got lots and lots of antioxidants and polyphenols in this too. The other thing I always think about food like this is, yes, this salad does contain nutrients that helps to feed your brain and supports mental health. but we also eat with our eyes. So if something is presented to us and it looks lovely and tasty and nutritious and good enough to eat, then that's going to help support our mental health too. Of course, it's important to think about the accompaniments to your salads. So if you really want to optimize brain health and mood, think about some of those foods that I've mentioned to you. Think about some of those serotonin precursors. So it might be chicken or turkey. It might be things like beans and lentils. It might be things like your oily fish to get your omegas in there. But this is going to be a perfect accompaniment to so many different protein sources. Next ingredient is one of the key foods for mental health for different reasons, and that is some walnuts. So walnuts have got a nice level of omega-3. They've got some zinc, they've got some selenium, some vitamin E, and they are a nice ingredient to support our brain and mental health. Just roughly chop on those, give a nice texture as well. And you can add other things to this. You could add pear, you could add celery, you could add parsley. I'm just going to keep it really simple for now. So the only other thing I need to do is get a dressing on the go. So remember the ingredients that we've got in here. We've got some apple. So I want some cider vinegar. A bit of cider vinegar. And some olive oil. So again, think about building better health. Think about the importance of those good fats. Get the olive oil on the go. A little bit of sea salt. A little pinch of sea salt and some black pepper. And then finally, a spoonful of Dijon mustard. And that's going to help to emulsify the oil and vinegar together. And it means then that you can keep that in the fridge without the oil and vinegar separating. Just like a teaspoon. Could also add some yogurt into this, and then that would also tick the box for the fermented foods, and again that gut brain connection. Right. And the dressing, and then just get everything combined. So you can either mix it together with spoons like this, or get in there with your hands and get everything massaged. And actually the advantage of that is if you can coat most of that kale in some of that beautiful dressing, it softens the kale a little bit as well. So it's really packed full of good nutrition, packed full of those foods that are going to help support our mental health, brain function and mood. And I think this looks good enough to eat. So let me just share a little portion of this, show you what it looks like. And that with a bit of protein will be a really decent breakfast, not breakfast, a really decent lunch or accompaniment to your main meal. So, oops, just share it. You can have a look. Let me know what you think. Really simple, really tasty, really nutritious and delicious. And that will keep in your fridge for 3 days. So remember, change one thing for the good of your health. Think about the foods that you can build into your diet to build better mood and support your mental health and well-being right across the season. Hope you enjoyed this. Hope you've been scribbling questions, and I will be online shortly to answer your questions.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for that incredible session. So much energy in that presentation and some phenomenally practical tips. So I hope everybody has really enjoyed it. I hope you've been taking notes. I hope maybe you've found something that you think, this is just one thing I'm going to change this week, that maybe thinking about our food and our nutrition choices that really lift and boost our mental health and well-being too. So now I'm thrilled to say we've got Jane back with us. We already have lots and lots of questions. Hey Jane, nice to be in the kitchen with you. And we have a lot of questions. So we're going to just start into them if that's okay.
Yes.
And I hope we're going to get some great responses. So first things first, you talked a lot in your presentation, Jane, about adding good sources of fat. You mentioned nuts, oily fish, adding even tinned fish. But what about if you are allergic? So we've got an individual who said, how can I top up those healthy fats if I can't eat fish or nuts? Allergic to both. That might actually apply to a lot of people, or have children with food sensitivity.
Yes.
That's the option.
Yes. So I've got a confession. Questions, I've seen some of these questions in advance, so I've been in the cupboards to get some alternatives for you. So if you have an allergy, so if you have a nut allergy, some people with nut allergies can tolerate seeds and seed oils. So that would be the alternative for your omega-6 and some of your omega-3 as well. So it might be that you pick up things like flaxseed or chia seeds. I've also got sunflower and pumpkin seeds here. So your flax and your chia will give you some omega-3, your pumpkin and your sunflower will give you omega-6. If you can't tolerate nuts or seeds, nuts or seeds, then I would suggest you think about other good oils in your diet. They're not quite exactly the same, and it might be beneficial to take a supplement, because these omega-3 in particular, the ones I was talking about that we find in our oily fish, are so important for our mental health. And as I said, the research around anxiety and depression is quite strong. So as long as you're not on any blood thinning medication, it might be worth exploring the option of taking a supplement. And you can get plant-based omega-3 supplements, which come from algae that are they're pretty tasteless. So that could be an option. And also bringing things like your olive oil into your diet. It's not the same type of oil, but at least you're getting some of those healthy fats in there.
That's super. Thank you so much, Jane. Thank you. So we've got another question. You mentioned in the session looking at those nutrition labels, and you showed us how to spot whether something's low sugar. So somebody's just asked the question, what is the difference between sugar and carbs, and particularly when you're measuring glucose spikes? And an additional supplement to that is, might low sugar granolas or other low sugar foods have increased honey or artificial sweeteners that might not be great for us?
Yeah, brilliant question. So the first thing, all carbohydrates, so if you think about your carbohydrate-rich foods, tend to be the starchy foods. Mm-hmm. If that carbohydrate-rich food is a white carb, like white rice, white pasta, white cornflakes, for example, white bread, then that acts just like sugar to your bloodstream. So it gives you that spike in blood sugar. Your body then releases insulin and we get the dip. So it's really important to slowly make the switch to lower glycemic index foods. In other words, carbohydrates that have got a bit more fiber, because you're absolutely right. White refined carbs act just like sugar to your bloodstream. On the note of low sugar foods having hidden sugar, if that food has got things like dried fruit or honey, it will still be in that nutritional panel. So still always look for 5 grams or less per 100 with your labels. So I picked a couple here just to show you. I know they've looked at these on the shopping and that pre-recorded bit, but this is the low sugar granola, and that one has got 3 grams of sugar per 100. This high protein one is 21.8, so it's way too high. So generally, things like your granolas and stuff, if they say low sugar on the label, they're not going to have sugar from other sources. You'll find that in the panel. But yes, some foods that are labeled low sugar will have artificial sweeteners. That's where you need to do a wee bit of detective work and read the label. And if you recognise everything on that label as being a real food, put it in your trolley. If there's too many things on there that read like a chemical experiment, leave it behind. I want to give you one example of that. So I picked up, I think maybe people are not going to like what I'm going to say here, but I picked up a packet of Skinny Whips. They could be any of these sort of diet bars, and you can see in the label there it says less than 80 calories. So when you read the ingredients of this, you probably can't see it in the camera there, but it's a whole list of stuff that just reads like lots of chemicals, and the sugar content is really high. It's 34.4. If you swap that to your really dark chocolate, you would drop your sugar right down to 14 grams per 100. And it's got cocoa, and you recognize all the ingredients in that. So just start reading, not so that you're spending hours in the supermarket, but just start reading labels and be more aware really of what's in your food.
That's really interesting. Actually, I'm thinking about those kind of diet bars and things like that. There's more likelihood that having munched one of those down, we might just rip open another one. Whereas with the dark chocolate, maybe a couple of squares at a time actually just satisfies that. So we're less likely to overindulge than we might in the sweeter things. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. So somebody's asked another interesting question. Low sugar foods tend to have a higher fat content. Is it much better for you?
Yes. So always, please always go low sugar. Okay. Fat, we need fat. It is essential. Today it is World Mental Health Day. Our focus for this conference is really about our mental health. Low levels of fat in our diet, low levels of healthy fats are really important for our mental health. So a low fat diet, one of the side effects of it is that we are not getting the raw materials that the body needs to make neurotransmitters. So yes, sometimes when things are labeled low sugar, they are higher fat. And just come back to this granola. This is a nutty granola. So the fat that you're getting is coming from the nuts and the seeds in this granola. As long as it's that type of fat, you're totally fine. They are so important. And I think for so long, the diet industry and how we viewed nutrition has been about cutting calories, cutting fat to the detriment of our health.
I think that's really interesting, Jane, because a lot of people, you know, we have been kind of programmed to think we've got to go low fat, zero fat, but that's not taking into account maybe the high sugar content that there is, and also that we need that fat in our diet. But it is hard, and especially if we're trying to think about maybe weight loss or weight control. So this session's about our mental health, but a lot of our audience will also be thinking about weight control, and so the idea of adding fats in might be a bit nerve-wracking. So it's about just making those sensible choices and maybe seeing the benefit as we go.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the important thing to remember about your fat, where's my olive oil gone here? So if you imagine we've got a calorie from a fat, like olive oil, we've got a calorie from a carbohydrate, like oat cakes, and we've got a calorie from a protein, like our oily fish. Each of those calories are used in really different ways. So calorie counting in itself is too simplistic. We want to look at how we're using these nutrients. So the things that will really satisfy our appetite and support our metabolism are the fat and the protein. We use carbohydrate for energy. It's really important, and it's really important that we get the slow release, the stuff with the high fiber, but make sure that most meals you're getting some good fats and definitely you're getting your protein, and you'll just notice that your appetite will improve, and it's really good for our body composition too, as well as our mental health.
Brilliant, thank you. A great question, because you mentioned including maybe even tinned fish in the diet. So is tinned fish just as good for us as fresh fish?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really economical, and it is just as good. And you'll see quite often, I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little blue tick on the front of that tin, and that shows that it's Marine Stewardship Council approved. That means that it's from a sustainable source. And the tinned stuff, like tinned herring, mackerel, sardines, even anchovies are really good. Sometimes I would put anchovies into things like a salsa verde. You don't even taste the anchovies, but you're getting the benefits of them. So yes, I'm a big fan of tinned fish, definitely.
And just on the subject of tinned fish, this wasn't in the question, but just something that's popped into my head. We sometimes see, like, for example, tuna, and we can choose that to be in sunflower oil or in brine or in water. Should we be going for the oily version, or because it's not olive oil, should we be avoiding that?
Well, if sometimes you can get it in olive oil, and the tuna in olive oil is a little bit more expensive. To be honest, we tend to drain most of that away. If we're having tuna, quite often we'll mix it in with mayonnaise and put it in, you know, with our onion and whatever else. But so it doesn't matter hugely, except to say that your brine is salt. So if you're being conscious about the salt in your diet because of blood pressure, just be a wee bit cautious about that. I really like the tinned fish in tomato sauce because it's not like tomato ketchup. It's tomato puree, and you've got lots of antioxidants from that too. As long as you're getting the oily fish in your diet, it's a big difference about what is tinned in. Best would be olive oil or the tomato sauce, but it doesn't hugely matter.
Super, thank you so much. Another question that's come in, and I think maybe again a lot of people might be thinking along these lines, because we're living in times where the cost of everything is increasing exponentially. And someone has popped in the question, some of these foods can be quite expensive. For example, the nuts, the fresh vegetables, fish definitely as well. Are there any tips to make this a little bit more affordable in the weekly shop?
Yes, loads of tips. We could do a whole other session about that, Lisa. So first of all, pack your freezer full of stuff. So in my freezer, I didn't bring it out because I thought by the time I'm talking it's all going to be melted, but I've got things like, well, these are frozen cherries here actually. Frozen berries and cherries, your frozen vegetables are amazing. Also, be a bit savvy about where you shop. Buy the own brand stuff, buy the supermarket own brand. You know, an example, what have I got? So things like, for example, this is tahini from Tesco's. That's going to be cheaper than a branded version. So definitely go for the own brand. And I think also remembering that the more that you can make your food from scratch, the cheaper your food bill is going to be. So we're moving away from the processed food, which is expensive. We're making things from scratch and bulking your food out. If I'm doing something like a curry, I will put things like a can of chickpeas into them. Your 10 chickpeas are around, depends where you shop, but around about 50p. That will get you an extra portion for that. So use your vegetables, your pulses are much cheaper than the main part of your meal, which is your meat, your protein bit. Balance it all out. And yes, it's a time of year for the one-pot wonders, definitely. But there are lots of ways that you can reduce your food costs.
Oh, that's super, thank you. Another good question, are probiotic supplements worth taking for gut health, or maybe yogurt? So you talked a little about the gut microbiome and the connection between the gut and the mind. So would those type of supplements be worth taking?
Well, I do recommend them, but only after, well, in certain situations. So say, for example, if somebody has taken an antibiotic, it's a really good idea to take a probiotic after the antibiotic, because the antibiotic kills, say it's for a sore throat, it'll kill the infection that's, or the bacteria that's causing you a sore throat, but it also upsets your healthy, happy little gut microbiome. So that is a good time to take a probiotic. You do not need to take it all the time. So things like your yogurt, you know, this is a live yogurt. Also other probiotic foods, I was scurrying in the fridge to see what I have, and actually not much because I got to go to the supermarket, but things like kefir, sauerkraut, even stuff like jars of olives. These are going to be fermented foods. And the more of those you get in, the more of those good bacteria you're getting in. And then help those good bacteria to thrive by getting lots of colourful plant foods. There's this idea that we should be eating 30 different plant foods a week. That includes things like your herbs and your spices, your green tea that I just had a cup of, things like your whole grains, all your coloured fruit and veg. And again, that's where the frozen stuff is so good, because it's a really nice way of getting more variety and just using what you need without having any food waste as well.
Terrific, thank you. So we've got a great question in here. Is there anything in particular on diet and nutrition to support the menstrual cycle? So that actually could be a time when even just the mood is a wee bit fluctuating sometimes. So what kind of things could we put in there?
Yes, so I talk about this a lot, and there's a couple of classes coming up actually on this. So as our hormones change throughout our menstrual cycle, we do have different nutritional requirements. So for example, if we can divide it into 4 sections, that week of your period, if you're getting really heavy periods, if you feel really sluggish, make sure that you're getting lots of iron-rich foods in there. At that stage also, you can probably go a little bit lower carbohydrate, a little bit higher protein. Then we get a little lift in estrogen just before ovulation, and we need to eat things that help with estrogen metabolism. For example, lots of broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower are super important then. Ovulation tends to be the time where we maybe have a little bit more energy, and we're feeling kind of a bit more like ourselves possibly. So you can be a bit more, lax, I suppose, in terms of not worry too much about the balance of the carbohydrate and protein, but still make sure you're getting the protein with every meal. And then that week before your period, sometimes you would I'm talking from experience, with crave chocolate. If you crave chocolate, that is a sign your body needs carbohydrate, because we get this lift in progesterone, and the lift in progesterone affects blood sugar balance. So make sure you're getting those whole grain carbohydrates in there. Things like, oat cakes, things like your wholemeal pasta, things like your sweet potato, getting those really nutritious whole grains in that week before your period. You're less likely to crave the chocolate. If you do crave chocolate, get the dark stuff. So the dark to 85%. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Now, this is an interesting question, because you talked a little bit, you mentioned a little bit before about that kind tendency, we think about like the white foods, like bread and white pasta and all those kind of things. So a great question here. Any tips for getting healthy food into an autistic child who will only eat beige food? So there's some kind of challenges there for getting a really nice varied diet.
Yeah, thank you. I was so happy to see this question coming in, because I want to give you a real life example of a little boy who, when I was working with him, he was 8 and he's called Jack. And Jack his favorite dinner was pasta pesto chicken. And he would have happily had that every night. So with autism, obviously, there's a lot of sensory, the kind of the mouthfeel of foods is really important. The color, the texture is really important. So what his mom did was, and this is why I got this pasta out of the cupboard, she bought some wholemeal spaghetti, because it was spaghetti that he was having with his pesto and his chicken. And she started off just putting a couple of strands in when she was cooking the pasta. Jack didn't even notice. So she felt like she was getting more fibre into his diet. Mm-hmm. Also in the pesto, we couldn't really change because it was only one particular one that he liked. But this was the first step for him. And then also getting him into the kitchen and not so getting him involved a little bit in cooking or setting the table, depends what age the child is. And one other thing that can really help, especially with children with sensory issues, is almost helping them to be a bit braver around food and building their confidence around food. So if there's a food that they point blank refuse to eat, but you feel, I really want them to eat that. Yeah. Let's take banana as an example. What you can do, bananas are not a good example, strawberries as an example. So get them just to look at it, then smell it. And this can take months and months and months and months. Just smell it. You don't have to do anything else, just smell it. Then the next step would be touch it. So it's building in their senses around this and building their confidence. Then eventually get them to put it in their mouth. They don't have to chew it, they can spit it out. Mm-hmm. Next step, chew. Next step, what about swallowing? So those little kind of techniques can be really helpful just to build confidence around the texture and mouthfeel of different foods.
That's great. And actually really, like, we're recognizing that could be a long process. We're not saying that's going to be over the next 4 meals. That could take a long time before.
A really long time. Yeah, but it's definitely worth persevering. Like, yes. Remember Jack and his homemade pasta. Have that in the back of your mind. I think he's an inspiration.
A couple of little strands of something good, and let's see how we get on with it. Yeah. I hope that's been a good answer. But yeah. Certainly very interesting. I think I might already know the answer to this question, Jane, but I'm going to put it to you anyway. Full fat natural yogurt or fat free? What should
I would go full fat, definitely full fat, because if you think about it, the full fat stuff gives us our fat soluble vitamins. So the fat soluble vitamins are vitamins A, D, E, and K. And without fat in our diet, without fat from our dairy products, we don't get those. Also, there is quite strong evidence to show that people who eat full-fat dairy products have better weight loss than those who eat reduced or low-fat yogurt, for example, or dairy products. Because often the low-fat stuff is flavoured and it's got your sweeteners in it and your high sugar sometimes. So I would always go natural full-fat. Again, it can take a bit of getting used to. So if you're like, oh no, I couldn't face that, get your regular flavoured yogurt and mix it half and half with your natural. You're still getting the flavour, but you're diluting the sugars a bit. But I would definitely go full fat because of the fat soluble vitamins.
And again, I think the programmed, that feels a bit counterintuitive that we should be going for full fat anything, but the evidence is there that actually it's not only going to be better for the mood, but actually may even improve if we're thinking about the weight issue. Yes. Thank you for that. Here's an interesting one. How long should we be frying vegetables or cooking them maybe in general, like kale, to avoid losing nutrients? So if we overcook, are we actually losing all the benefit?
Yeah, so I think let's think about different cooking methods. So if the very best way to cook your vegetables is a steamer. So if you've got, I'm going to just show you this actually. If you don't have a steamer, what you can do, it's not in there, hang on. What you can do, I'll just imagine this is bigger than the other big ones in the dishwasher. So imagine if you've got a metal colander and you can put that over your pot with a lid on it, and that will steam your vegetables. If you've got a steamer, use that, or like a metal colander, use that. But steaming is definitely the best because you're going to preserve your water-soluble vitamins, all the B vitamins and your vitamin C. Frying, I would do it short and sharp. So if you're doing a stir fry, get it quick, get that stir fried really quickly. Different cooking methods give us different benefits. So if you're roasting vegetables and you're using a bit of olive oil, keep your temperature below 200 so that you don't damage the oil. And that means that you're going to absorb more of those polyphenols and fat soluble vitamins, but you're steaming your quick stir fry as quick as you can, or you're roasting and also building in some raw vegetables like that salad I showed you. Maybe it's vegetables that we think you can't really eat those raw, but not all veg, but most veg you can eat raw.
Thank you. Jane, can I just backtrack a little tiny bit to the last question, because something's just popped into my head. You said the full fat dairy products are going to be good for us. What if we are dairy intolerant? Or what if, for example, vegan, and we may be choosing not to have dairy products? What might we put in to get the same benefits?
Yeah, so there was a couple of questions about that, I think, that came in. So if you are dairy-free for whatever reason, read the ingredients of your dairy-free milk or your dairy-free yogurt. There's a couple of brands that I think are really decent. One of them is Plenish, which is the one I've got in my cupboard or fridge, and the other is Rude Health, because they have very few ingredients. Some of the other maybe better known plant milks and plant yogurts, again, they've got too many unknown ingredients, too many emulsifiers and extra ingredients that we don't necessarily need. So if you're going for a plant-based yogurt, soya is okay, but you can also get almond-based and coconut-based that are pretty good. And now also oat-based. They're going to give you still the beneficial bacteria. They don't give you as much protein, but they're still going to give you those good bacteria, for example.
Terrific. Thank you so much. It just popped into my head, and I know a couple of questions had come, and I thought it's the right tie-in for that question. So again, coming back onto the theme of maybe weight loss and thinking about maintaining good healthy weight, what nutritious and filling foods could you recommend for weight loss and that can be maintained as part of a long-term diet? I think that's one of the challenges, isn't it? Sometimes we're like, okay, I can keep this going for 2 months, but actually what can I maintain for long-term healthy weight?
I think I really like this question, because I think often when I talk about weight loss, we're so hard on ourselves and we feel it's on us. We don't have the willpower. We can't stick to it. When you get the right components on your plate, it regulates your appetite. You don't crave, you feel fuller for longer. So the components on your plate, for most of us, or get a bit more protein on there. Honestly, it's a game changer. You will probably have more energy and you'll probably feel fuller, more satisfied, and less, crave less. So go for things that fill you up. Go for more fiber, more protein, more healthy fats on your plate. Build especially at lunch and dinner, make sure that you've got about 2 fist-sized portions of your veggies. That could be soup, it could be salads, it could be, slaws, homemade slaws, for example. It could be an apple as well as your salad or your sandwich. But make sure you're getting 2 portions of your veggies, a palm-sized portion of your protein, which could be, as I said in the video, either plant-based or animal-based, chicken, fish, meat. Maybe cottage cheese is a really good protein, or things like hummus, falafels, beans, lentils. Quarter of your plate, palm-sized portion, and no more than a fist-sized portion of your carbohydrates. We tend to overload with the carbohydrates. And I know that lots of diets would say eat as many of those as you want. That's not actually right for long-term weight loss. We want to balance the plate. So think about the quality and the quantity of your carbohydrates. Quality, go low GI, the stuff with fiber, that's going to fill you up. Quantity, no more than a fist-sized portion. So if you're having something like chili and rice for tea tonight, get loads of vegetables into your chili, choose the whole meal or the brown rice, have a spoonful less rice and a spoonful more chili. Start to change the balance on your plate and aim to eat enough at breakfast to keep you going to lunch and enough at lunch to keep you going to dinner. Maybe with 1 snack in the day, but don't graze.
And there's my challenge, Jane. And I think lots of us, and actually lots of us in the audience, our work habits have changed. I know certainly when I worked in an office, I was much less likely to be grazing because I was very conscious of people watching me. Working from home, we might tend to sort of kind of break up every task that we do with the trip down to the kitchen. So the grazing might be a difficulty, but as you're saying, make sure we're getting those kind of really good quality foods. We'll be less likely to actually even feel like we want to eat.
Yeah, and also keep yourself hydrated. So make sure that you're drinking water throughout the day. And in your kitchen, have things in your fruit bowl.
Yes.
As I said, I don't have much in there. The because I did go to the supermarket, but things like oranges and apples, things like pears, all in season. Have stuff like your yogurt and your berries in the fridge, your dark chocolate and maybe some Brazil nuts in the cupboard. Have things that that you can go to. Apple and peanut butter is a brilliant snack. If you want something kind of sweet,
yes.
or maybe something like a little handful of nuts.
Yeah, really tasty. Jane, we've got a couple more questions that there's a couple that I really want to get in. We've only got a couple of minutes left, but any nutritional tips for migraines? So this individual doesn't drink caffeine, has cut out the chocolate, doesn't drink alcohol, does take the supplements, magnesium, B6, B12, vitamin D. What else could be done, maybe food-wise, to think about helping reduce those migraines?
So there's quite a lot. This person hasn't said whether they're male or female. Sometimes it can be hormonally linked. Sometimes it can be very often linked to the gut microbiome. So eating foods that are supportive of the gut microbiome, but also have a look at the low histamine diet, which means less of those fermented foods, eating food as fresh as possible. That can have an effect for some people. It's so individual, but certainly I've had really good success with people who have looked at their gut microbiome, maybe gone and had a test done for their microbiome, see what's out of kilter, then eat according to that, so that you're matching your food to your exact needs. If it's hormonal, I think you said you're on B6 magnesium, which can be beneficial too, and keeping well hydrated. There's quite a lot about migraines.
Yeah.
Talk about it all afternoon. Hopefully that'll point you in the direction. So look at the histamine stuff and look at the gut microbiome.
Brilliant. I think we've got time maybe for one final question. There are lots more in here, Jane, but we can maybe send you some of those and get some feedback on it independently. One final question. This individual struggles to eat anything when they're stressed. Any tips? So if you're really feeling overwhelmed, what can we do to still maintain a good nutrition?
Okay, so I think the first thing is, remember that when you're stressed, you're in fight or flight mode. Try and ease yourself into that rest and digest mode. So things that you've been hearing about with this conference, things about your breath work, things about just getting yourself outside, trying to do things that in that moment will just take you out of the stress mode, but also perhaps really small amounts of food. So things like, instead of a big bowl of your granola and your yogurt, a little ramekin of that. Maybe things like smoothies can be quite good, or soups can be quite good. Make sure that you're getting the protein in there, and definitely drop the caffeine. I know I said about the green tea, which can be really good, but it's still got caffeine in it. So if the stress is really switching your appetite off, go for things like your herbal teas instead of your caffeinated drinks, but little and often. I know it goes contrary to what I just said about weight loss, but if your stress is switching your appetite completely off, that might be a better way to do it then.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Jane, as always, an absolute pleasure to hear from you and to work with you on this. I think everybody has really enjoyed this. I can see from the comments that have been coming in and the questions, people have really engaged with this, such an important subject. What I just want to remind everybody about as well is when you're in this conference part of our website, please don't forget to go to the delegate goodie bag, because actually Jane has very kindly allowed us to share quite a lot of stuff in there. So we've got this presentation, which is in there, just the slides that Jane shared with us. If you didn't get a chance to write everything down, you'll be able to get a copy of that. There's some more information about the support and services available via Vital Nutrition. And I think I'm right in saying, Jane, that some of those recipes and things that you've suggested, actually people can get some recipe ideas off your website if they took a look in there. Wonderful.
Yes, there's lots on my website, vitalnutrition.co.uk, and I think also lots of people have linked in with me in Instagram, so I'll answer as many of those questions as I can, as well as the next few days for you.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. So you'll get to connect direct with the audience. Thank you so much. Jane, once again, thank you so much for your time and all that wonderful input. And to our audience today, thank you very, very much for your time. I really hope you enjoyed it. We've got about 2 minutes over time, but I think it was worth it, and I hope you do too. Enjoy, please, the rest of your day, and we look forward to seeing you for our final sessions tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Life, eh? Who can plan it? Along the way, stuff happens. Small stuff, big stuff, tricky stuff. And when life throws a curveball, bad things become worse things. Relationships crumbling, bills building, anxiety swirling, overwhelming. But when it happens, just like a good friend, we're always there. Like an open umbrella, we're there for each other. We might not always have the answers, but we can point you in the right direction of those who do. We offer guidance, words of wisdom, peace of mind, anytime. Space to breathe. So don't sit and suffer alone. Let's have a chat. We can help when budgeting leaves your brain in a tangle. When depression or grief feel heavy. Or when you're a carer and need care too. For whatever is needed, we're here. Together, we are the charity for civil servants. For whatever happens.
When times are tough, it's important that we look out for each other, and that's why the Charity for Civil Servants exists. So this Christmas, we'd like you to rock your most dazzling, wacky and downright tacky Christmas jumper to help raise much needed funds for colleagues who might need it right now.
Taking part is easy. Just follow these 3 simple steps. Sign up to create your festive fundraising page. Wear your festive jumpers. Donate to your page and have fun. We're better together. Pass it on.